I don't know if I'm jealous of the dwarves necessarily, because, like, I'm kind of allergic to humidity, but I don't know. I don't disagree. I'm also just going to make sure that I put in a marker in the chat, because, like, the recording is going. But, yeah, I think that's where we're going to start today. This is going to be kind of just like a quiet fade out to this fort. I don't think that anything crazy is really going to happen here, unless we get invaded by a shit ton of stuff, which could happen. A lost intern, alter ego, Arga, Bah, Brocoid, Bubbles, Buff, McDrinklots, Bully, Clonedall, Christopher, Darius, Dave Danger, Dominoc, Dord Farquad, and Elfie Bean, as well as Fammy Noir, Frosty Noodle, Greenleaf McYeet, Hren Cossack, Judosi, Joe Bart, as well as Kenzie McSpuds, and Kit, Lady K, Larishka, and Dr. Nubs, as well as Laya, Madam Pestilence, Wolfie, Oh Hi Mark, Oop, and Oversized Red, as well as Pain Cleric, Pax Body Odor, and Phelps. Man, Pax is pissed. We got Shadow Absorber, Scott Steiner, Reinhardt, Port 3M5, and Shinobi, as well as Spooky Ghost, Stinker, Storm, Svenja, and Synthetic Cat Girl, as well as Viking Ball, Vlad, William, Virtue Vice, and Wolfie, and Exarius, Zinc, and that's everything. As a reminder, this is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people gift subs, cheer bits, and subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. It's time to trade, and trade sentiments are terrible. If you would like to support this channel, consider subscribing to a Twitch stream near you. But that's just me. That's my babbles. That's my sales pitch. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it's the rest of the time. How you doing, Pilot? You really are out of the habit of just using the command when you walk in, hey? I got a couple engraved things. I got a giant bat. I wonder when I cut that. Weird. You know what? I'm going to sell this crown, because I don't really have any uses for it. I don't really have any plans to use it for anything. Could just sell a bunch of splints. Damaged tables. Prepared food plots as well, maybe. Why don't we do that? Are we pondering orb, Neeson? Wait, so getting ready for a trip to Phoenix is bad? I guess it's hot there. But how long are you in Phoenix for? I'm assuming for work. Is there an easy way to deselect all of the banned exports? When you are bringing stuff, if you click this button, it'll deselect all banned exports. Once you're in the trading menu, I don't think there's an easy way to deselect all banned exports. But yeah, it won't let you send banned exports to begin with from up here. Aside from just scrolling through and clicking them. So don't, like, sort your stockpiles accordingly in advance is the only way to do it. Thoughts on coins? Shrug. Do a run where your fort mints coins on a regular basis and distributes them to traders to see how and if they get distributed through the world. They won't, and they don't. For whatever that's worth. If you want to mint coins just as like a neat curiosity, then do it. But like, nothing gets distributed organically through the world that you're exporting. At least your items specifically won't be. You'll be able to find your faction's coins, but you won't be able to find yours. Adventure mode is more permanent object-wise than fortress mode. Like, the items created in your fortress will stay in your fortress, but like, if you go start another fortress, you're not going to find those coins elsewhere. Coins are not a prioritized item. Like, currently, you need to remember that a lot of the code in Dwarf Fortress, while it was really exciting when it was new, is very much based on stuff from a very long time ago. Like, this is absolutely dated systems that we are dealing with. Requires fuel. Right. Just gonna make some charcoal. About to start playing some Mountain Blade. Any ideas on what weapon set? Spears are fun in Mountain Blade. I find I really like two-handed axes in Mountain Blade, although I'm terrible at Mountain Blade, so don't listen to me. Pike's different from spears. They're heavier than spears. I'm pretty sure... I'd need to look at the wiki again, but I want to say that they're blunter than spears. Like, they're more of a heavy weapon instead of a stabby weapon. You love the glaives in Mountain Blade? I like the great axes. Great axes are always the most fun. I say you could track them if you name a coin and then mint it. If you name it, then it won't disappear. But if it's just a generic item, they disappear when they leave the map. That's lignite. Have I played Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead? Yes. It's not really my thing. It's a bit too much of an open world survival crafting game, which is not a genre I tend to like. I find them very, very grindy, and they just kind of feel like work. So I usually stop playing them pretty quickly in regards to games like Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, as is being asked by a person in the YouTube chat. I'm just going to go down here, and I'm going to make up another bedroom real quick. Just make a series of little bedrooms in here. You're just open to the chaos of letting a crowd choose? Yeah. Fair enough. Mountain Blade is a fun series of games with a very cynical fan base that I wish was just more into goofing off and having fun, but I do get it. That's a really cool color of llama cloth. What color is that? Oopsies. Don't forbid it. Take a look. It's carmine with a mixture of dimple and alder bark dye. Nice. We don't get a ton of bugs. Like, I'm very close to the coast, and a lot of the, like, we get like fruit flies and like less concerning bugs, but there isn't really like a huge problem with like mosquitoes or anything where I'm at generally. I'm also gonna make rock toys. Let those kids play with something. Question is, where did I decide to dig through this? Maybe here. Although this is the lower power variant. I need to go from here. So if I'm going to use this, let's just start digging down. Yeah, let's just do it that way. I will post it on my Discord, probably on the on DFFD. That is the plan for the fort after today, Dustin Dude. Because the patch tomorrow is going to require a new world. So we're basically just going to do, like, I don't know, a little bit of a dramatic send-off with some cooler constructions, hopefully. That's it. Nothing crazy. Today's going to be a pretty cool, like, just chill day. And also probably a pretty short stream because I have a project that I'm working on and I ended up not working on it very much yesterday that I need to hopefully get done this week. So, and then tomorrow we're going to start a new world and a new fort. And if I can get a fort rolling, my plan is to just build a cool fort. And I do have an idea. I'm not going to tease it too much right now. I mostly want to build, like, I just want to do dwarves versus dinos is kind of my, like, idea on a very basic level. Basically settle in Untamed Wilds and go to fucking war against the dinosaurs because that just sounds fun to me. Just as, like, a thematic theme. Sounds like a blast. So, I'm going to do that, and if people are as enthusiastic about the patch as I am right now, and if there's more than just, you know, dinos, I will probably stream until Saturday and then take Sunday off. And we'll play it by ear from there. Having never played Ark Survival Evolved, I am not going to be the best judge of that, but all I really know about Ark Survival Evolved is that you can feed poop to dinosaurs. Or eat poop from dinosaurs, one of the two. Arga meets with the Outpost Liaison, Meng Kongaman, and says, let's discuss your situation. Should I accept this? I don't really have a good... They want to give us a barony. Oh, man. I could give it to, like, Bully or something, who's been in the fort in different factions that I've played for so long. I could give it to Clone Doll. What's your dream? Raising a family? They're adding 100 new animals. Navy. And more, quote unquote. The announced big change is they're adding 100 new animals. That's the announced big change, the stated big change. But they also have added things to the game. Okay, so tinfoil hat for a second. Please understand this is me putting on a tinfoil hat trying to decipher Tarn speak. When Tarn says, and more, that could mean that there's a big truck driving by. And it's distracting. That could mean that they are adding, like, pretty categorically massive changes to the game, or it could mean they're just adding, like, I don't know, a world gen setting. So this is the 20th anniversary update for Dwarf Fortress, basically, because the 20th anniversary is on the 5th of July. It's either that or the 6th. It's like July is the anniversary for Dwarf Fortress. So I'm suspicious there's going to be more than just the dinos. Because it says and more. So now we just get to find out how much more. So that's the TLDR and basically what we know. We'll see. Dustin, dude, we'll see. Dwarves versus dinos is what I was saying. Lines. So that's kind of what we're waiting on. We don't really know. I mean, like, I feel like I've been asked dozens of times over the last 72 hours, like, what's coming to the update, and literally all that I have that I can tell you is this. 100 dinos and extinct creatures, including baby and dinoman variations. Dinos can be used for war as a pet or as food. 5 new settings to adjust how dinos appear in your world. That's a world on a world gen level. And animal people graphical update with held equipment and some bodywear and more! Exclamation point. That's literally it. So I know nothing outside of that. There's, like, suspicions that there's going to be some sort of cooking rework coming in because there was a video that was released with one of the artists who, like, had a, like, giant picture of, or, like, drawing, I guess, of like a chicken leg behind him or a turkey leg, and it just said, "Ignore this!" exclamation point next to it. And I was like, okay, so what? I mean, isn't that just troglodytes? I don't know. I'm a big supporter that I think that kobolds should be able to talk to velociraptors, specifically the tiny ones. But that's it. I don't know. There's all sorts of like wish list things that people have been saying, but you want to tame a pack of Trudons and sick them on the goblins? Sure. Dwarf Fortress evolved. That's actually pretty funny, hardcore actually, in YouTube chat. So Dustin Dude said, are we talking high walls and turrets or Florida wrestlers? Probably high walls and turrets. Although I was kind of thinking about literally building a tree fortress, like using the trees as like the base level is something I was kind of thinking about doing. So I need to like still digging and stuff, but like seeing how viable that could be. I'm going to give this to Clone Doll. I've been thinking about this. Clone Doll is going to get it. Clone Doll has been in the fort for in the faction for a very long time. And I think that Clone Doll has earned this. Because Clone Doll's first appearance in this world was in the good year of 208, and it's now the year 278. They want bars next season. Okay. Hold on a second. I need to go look outside. There's loud construction noises, and I might actually close a window and suffer in some heat to not have to hear it. They are putting an excavator on a flatbed truck, and it is not quiet. So it's fine. Won't be there very long. I don't know what she loves. She likes pigtail fabric, kilonite, aluminum, the color green apple. Maybe not green apple, just apple green. Grates and catapult parts. Type louder. We can't hear you. Oh, no! So Miles Long in YouTube chat says, hopefully we can make different size clothing for guests. If you make clothes right now, just type in shirt. I don't know. It doesn't matter the material. Let's say bronze male shirt. You click on the magnifying glass and you just type in the animal size that you want. So like, I don't know. Oh, I can't make the mudman size. Okay. Emu man size and shape. Forge small brown male shirt. Size for emu people. So you can already do that. Suffering? Who's suffering? Linfer? I mean, we just appointed a Baron. I don't think that I don't think there's suffering going on here. From the heat? Oh, I mean, not me. I'm fine. I mean, what's the I'm very fortunate in that I have a corner unit in my apartment, and I'm right next to kind of a ravine that channels a lot of wind. How hot is it supposed to get today? It's 10:21 today, currently, in the morning. And it's supposed to peak at 26 degrees Celsius today. That's fine. I just need to wait for them to finish loading that front end loader, and I'll go open up the window again, and it'll be pleasant. There's always construction near me? There hasn't been for like weeks. There was all of last summer. There's a big long-term project, which is apparently still on time, which I find wild, which is supposedly going to be done in November this year, supposedly. And it is basically upgrading to the city's electrical infrastructure. So they are moving, like swapping out old cables for new cables that go underneath an ocean from one power distribution to another. It's something that you have to do like every 80 years. And it's been like 80 years since they last did it, so I don't know, it is what it is. It's fine. Why Ashery workshops specifically require blocks? Don't all workshops require blocks, or am I crazy? Like, I'm pretty sure all workshops require blocks. Do they not? And I will give these as a gift to the other side. Most you can use rocks or logs. Only the Ashery you can use blocks. I don't think I've ever used rocks or rocks or logs. Well, I mean, lava safe one. So Ashery requires fire, right? Let me check something.
Thanks for positive distraction from the heat.
I don't have an empty barrel. Is it one of those, like, you require fire safe ones? Because, like, in the case of the metalsmith, you can only use fire safe materials. It might be, like, because it's fire or something? Thank you for effectively doubling my revenue today, Jam Jalopy. I mean, there was a resub earlier today, although it was a tier 3. So thanks for adding a third onto my revenue today. The second notification of money of the stream. We're doing it, folks. Dyer's workshop need a bucket and a barrel, but no block. I don't know. I mean, it's because like a lot of workshops have unique requirements. I don't really have more thought for it than that. Sorry that I don't really have a profound answer, but it's kind of all I got, really. Petrified wood is fire safe, remarkably. I have a question. Have you ever actually seen petrified wood in real life? It's not remarkable that it's fire safe. Like, if you've held a brick of petrified wood before, you would not be surprised. I've been thinking about when I need to do another interview with Tarn, and it's either going to be sometime after this patch or after Magic, and I can't decide. Like, my heart wants to do it after Magic, but it's gonna make this look a little bit more organic and natural. I don't know. I would say it's more like knocking on rock. Like, if you looked at a piece of petrified wood and didn't know that it was petrified wood, Grundik, you would probably think it was some sort of crystal. You'd love an after Magic. That's probably going to happen. Probably. Fossilization is so crazy to you. What do you mean your bones have been turned into rocks? It's like, how are rocks formed? Also, Best Eater Spesty chucked out a membership in the YouTube chat. Thanks for the first membership gift of the week. Actually, I think the first membership resub in the chat of the week. But I mean, that's what it is now. I don't think you knock on rocks, you lick them. I'm not going to lick any rocks, but, like, you know what? If that's what you're into Oblivion Cube, and it makes you happy, then by all means, enjoy yourself. So, chat, can I get a round of beers for both the $5 and bits a minute ago, and also the gifted membership in the YouTube chat? I don't know what Blarney Stone is, but it sounds too close to Barney, so I'm good. Wooden. Whoopin'? Tube. Pipe. Thinking glass. How much Glumprong do I have? 30. Okay, we'll do 15. 15. Make them both out of Glumprong. Oh, I'm aware, Dustatar, that this game like appeals to people who like geology. That's kind of a given. It sounds like a really good way to get sick, Eric. Geology rocks, but does it roll? That's the important question. I think they've hit the edge of the burrow. Yes, they have. I don't think so. I mean, you know, I do sometimes recommend, especially if you're on a Windows PC, because it's really easy, go install the original Dwarf Fortress and play it for like 30 minutes. Like, yes, you will bash your forehead against the, like, the user interface if you've never used it before. But it is really interesting to see the early versions of Dwarf Fortress if you've played a lot of later versions of Dwarf Fortress, because it is the same game. Like, it is 100% the same game. Like, without any doubt. Like, it is the same game. And that's kind of nuts, as far as I'm concerned. Like, so much of that old structure is still here. Like, obviously, it's different. And it's not the same 100%. But it is close. Let's just go to right here. That'll be plenty. Few games can boast their design philosophy over so consistent for 20 years. I feel like Minecraft's gonna get there. Just kind of a thinking out loud thing. I do think that Minecraft could get there. All right, you know what? Actually, let's do it this way. Like, I'm trying to think of other games that, like, aren't NetHack that could boast a similar amount of history and updates. Like, Terraria will get there, probably. Just give it time. Caves of Cud is very close. Like, playing early versions of Caves of Cud is similarly cool. Might be the right time to put on pants and do adult things. Never disagree. You used PTO for dinos? Man, the dedication. That's pretty intense, dude. All the way up to there. And I'm actually going to do this with a priority number 1, and a priority number 1, and a priority number 1. Should reinstall it. Or wait until they put out that update. Oh yeah, true, Unreal World. I forget about Unreal World a lot. If you are willing to count Mountain Blade franchise, I would say Mountain Blade is probably up there too. I think that the Illwinter Design Fellows are pretty consistent. Granted, they've made new games instead of like patching their old ones, but it's also pretty similar. Dark God and Tome. Maybe once Kenshi 2 releases, but sure. Zomboid's also been out for ages. You know, honestly, I think like the philosophy of like we're gonna make this game and just slowly add to it thing has, like, you know, No Man's Sky is probably gonna get there. Although, two things I just want to say. One, I'm just gonna say these 2 words, and chat's gonna roll their eyes and be like, "Shut up, Greg." Star Citizen. And also, Star Citizen has raised $1 billion. Yo, what the fuck? How long has Kenshi been out? Kenshi was in early access in like 2013. It's like as long, if not longer, than Zomboid. Because Kenshi was on Desura at one point in time, which is a storefront that's so ancient that it doesn't exist anymore. And most people just kind of go, what? When I say Desura these days. You know what's funny about Star Citizen? Lidfer, Star Citizen comes up way too often around this channel. You know, actually, it might be longer than that, Punch Elves. It might actually be longer than 2013 for Kenshi. Kenshi's been around. Like, Kenshi's like... Kenshi's been places, dude. No, What about Guild Wars and WoW? Sure, WoW's up there. Certainly. Like, I'm not going to discredit... Like, I don't particularly have any love for WoW, but I'm not going to discredit it. Guild Wars is wild. There's a clip going around of, like, the Guild Wars announcement for newest Guild Wars. And it's just this person who's... I'm assuming has never played Guild Wars. I don't actually know. And, maybe this is, like, just an issue with, like, logos and stuff, but I kind of agree that she's got a point. When the logo was announced, she just, like, looked at it and goes, Chud Wars? With, like, a very confused look on her face. And, I think that's really fucking funny. Old school RuneScape. Sure, yeah, RuneScape's also similar to that. X-Anima's also old as fuck. Yeah. Dwarf Fortress definitely, like, was one of the early ones that pioneered something that is now significantly more viable for more developers. But they were very... Dwarf Fortress was very early to a style of game development that nobody was doing before. Which is really cool to think about. WoW has been around long enough that people have quit and started playing multiple times. WoW has been around long enough that I know more than one married couple, some of them with kids, who met on WoW. One of them is my older sister and her husband. I could actually just do this. Use closest material. Yeah, EVE Online's also been... There's a lot of... You know, we could just throw out every single MMO that we're mentioning if we're just talking about games that have kept their design philosophy and just say the words EverQuest. You know? Also, there's plenty of MUDs that, like, predate every other MMO that you could think of. Like, MMOs are kind of almost their own category, in my opinion. Purely because, like... Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Speaking of, not Tibia, but, like, creator of Tibia... Apparently Richard Garriott might actually be able to get the rights to Ultima back. Which would be really cool. For a couple of reasons. I mean, there's a MUD owner in the chat. Lord British. Yes. But no, like, I want Richard Garriott to get the rights to Ultima back for one reason. And I don't want him to make a new Ultima. I think that would be a bit of a... I think that would be, like, a bit of a waste. If I could just, like... I'm not even that big of a fan of Ultima, but if I could wishcast two things. Open source the code for Ultima Online. And remaster every Ultima game with Atari/Night Dive Studios. Like if you could get access to the source code for those, that would be incredible. Copyright, not trademark, correct. But there is a world where if he is able to get that stuff back, especially if EA starts selling shit because of their sale, it could happen. I can hope. For that game, which was like ahead of its time in some ways. Dustatar. I would love to see the forum posts of fans of Ultima getting their hands on Ultima source code. I don't think I'll live to see the day, but man, I would love to see it. Do I think Star Citizen will ever make a full release? I don't care personally, but allegedly, like, their single player thing is releasing this year. That's what they've been saying. I don't believe them, but yeah, I genuinely, I don't care, really. There was a point in my life where I would have been all over, like, a single player Star Citizen full release. I've had this take for a while, which, like, I don't even think it's a hot take. It's just kind of a fact. Like, if they release Star Citizen, not Squadron 42, if they release Star Citizen, they will immediately go bankrupt. Because, like, their entire business model is pre-sale on things that you'll be able to theoretically earn in a video game. And so if that business model goes away and they just, like, sell it with a subscription or something, they will immediately go bankrupt. Because they're held up by whales, right? So it would be kind of like if one of the really big gacha games removed the gacha mechanics and let you just spend $10 on your waifu at the top tier. Like, I don't know if they can release that game. They do keep lying. I don't follow them close enough to know what they're lying about. I do kind of defend their philosophy, though, a little bit, or like the way they're developing that game, purely because, like, it is literally the Dwarf Fortress model. With the exception of, like, at a much larger scale. And as much as I'm not a huge fan of their business model, I kind of have to, like, applaud the audacity of what they've been doing, and also point at the fact that they do kind of do a better job communicating with their fan base than a lot of big weird projects like that. And this, I don't know about the accusations of lying, but like I know audiences pretty often actually in video games misinterpret either management problems or management inconsistencies, or how do I put this? I need to turn off the burrow for a little bit. The unpredictability of like just games development as lying. And so when I see people in an audience saying that a studio is lying, it's like, sometimes things just don't work out, and that isn't necessarily lying. But when I played a lot of Elite Dangerous, I Are Stupid, there was multiple people in my chat that were like, yeah, I've spent, $60,000 on Star Citizen. So I know a few of those people too. But like at the same time, devil's advocate here, it's probably better to spend a few $1,000s on Star Citizen if you're enjoying your time with it versus spending a few $1,000s in a casino. There's probably more people that have spent more than that on anything that like Hoyoverse has put out. So I don't know. In a world of like shitty business models, I can't hate Star Citizen. Like I don't like Star Citizen, but I don't like inherently have anything against Star Citizen. Sure, Grundick. I know literally nothing about Ashes of Creation. That I heard that it exploded, and that's all that I know about it. I remember seeing the Steam page once or twice. That's like my entire involvement with that game. What am I building? I'm building an artificial waterfall. I'm just doing like little construction projects because today is the last day of this fortress and it's not gonna do anything crazy at the end. I will release the save file though if anybody wants to play with it. A forgotten beast named Rofaquilia has come, a towering three-eyed serpent. It has large mandibles and blue scales that are round and close set. Beware its poison vapors. Okay, so I know that much. I know some very base level things, but like, I think the entirety of my knowledge of Ashes of Creation, hey, it's the thing from Harry Potter, basically. Beach umbras. This umbra is a beach jet. The most I know is like, could be summed up in a YouTube short. Like, I don't have much knowledge of it. It's just, it's not my scene, right? Bought too many exotic sports cars? So it was a game developer? Sounds like normal game developer to me. There's the injured one down here. Tumbleweed, thank you very much for the second subscription of the stream. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for helping me make dollars per hour. Appreciate you, man. I don't know what either. Well, I know what Ashes of Creation is, but vaguely, but I don't know what PAX D is. MMOs just aren't my scene, period. Tomorrow is the GTA pre-order. What do you guys think? I don't own a console. That's what I think. Void's Umbrella, thanks for the third subscription of the day. Appreciate you, man. Numbers go up. YouTube chat wants to know what you think about the Grand Theft Auto 6 pre-orders. Are you pre-ordering Grand Theft Auto 6? Are you going to play it? I don't own a console, and I don't know. Like, I wouldn't mind playing that single player, but like, just for it to not come out again? I think it'll come out. Like, if they put pre-orders up, it's gonna come out. It's gonna come out. But like, I'm trying to think what the last game I pre-ordered was. I pre-ordered Stalker 2. But I think that was like the first game I pre-ordered in like a decade. Based? Biased. Back at you. Oh shit, a helix has been founded a day to the southwest and incorporated into your holdings. Holy shit. Coolio. That you didn't expect to suck was Fallout 4. I will say that I wasn't really able to consistently play Stalker 2 until the first patch came out, which was like 48 hours later, but that's fine. Was Elden Ring? Probably, yeah. Honestly, that's a pretty safe bet. Told them it repeatedly would be undercooked garbage, but did you have fun? I think the only time I will pre-order a game is when I know that I'll play it even if it's mid. And also, if it's a game that I want to support the developer for. Like, there's a few indie devs that, like, if they put up a pre-order for their next game or whatever, or an early buy, even something like, you can buy it on itch and play the undercooked, fucked up build right now. I'll buy that. Like, I'm that kind of person. But, like, I don't even do that very often. And that's kind of the way I saw Stalker 2 personally. Darius, thanks for the 11 gifts. Appreciate you. Also, hey, we hit the goal. Yeah, sure, I would pre-order Streets of Fortuna. Although, I've said this before publicly, but I can't say more than this. I'm in the alpha for Streets of Fortuna. And let me tell you, I can't say anything about it. Ain't ready for public consumption. That is an alpha. If you think they're too hard, JB, first, you don't need to apologize for your English. Your English is totally fine. Like you were talking yesterday. It was all good. If you think sieges are too hard, turn down the difficulty. If you hit settings and you go to difficulty, you go to custom settings, you can very granularly change how the sieges work. And, Streets of Fortuna. Cyberdud. You can very, very granularly change how sieges work. I think they're fine, personally, but, you know, I've played a bit too much of this game. There's the poison vapor monster, which is now bleeding and now it's dead. Let's see how they all do. You've got a fever. Oh, here it goes. Also, there's a hype train happening, chat room, because Eric decided to cheer $1 in bits. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. Today is doing well on its way to the daily minimum. That's for sure. What's the best type of combat dwarf in your opinion? Probably Mark's dwarves.
Angelmont cheered. X100.
Angelmont, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. Tried Roamstead, but didn't click. All of those games just kind of look the same to me. Ooh, slight fever. Her tongue is uh-oh. Full body bruising. Hopefully it doesn't make them sleepy. I did, in fact, reach the sub-goal. It's that the sub-goal is like a bit of an amalgamous thing. It's mostly just there so that when I hit that number, I feel okay about where the channel's at. So, you tried to join the alpha for it too. You looked forward to that setting. As I understand the way they're doing that alpha, I think they've talked about that on the Discord anyway. But whenever there's a new patch for the alpha, they send out a wave of invites, and it's pretty small scale at the minute. Another Hilux has been connected to our fortress, which is cool. You're so ready for the dino update, you can't wait to wage war with Triceratops. And keep Brontosaur, Brachiosaur pet. It's not Brontosaur. I can't wait for chat to tell me about every single dino's name that I mispronounce. That's what I'm looking forward to. I'm stoked. I'm fully expecting that to happen. Okay, no, you're in a coma. You've just got a fever and you're just taking a shower. Hey, chat, if you'd like to take part in the hype train, it needs 3 subscriptions or $11 in bits to level up. It's got a minute and a half left. It's just like the Jurassic Park theme is constantly playing. Punch yourselves. Greg? That's what I would call a blind dinosaur. It would be me. Navy, thanks for the 5-pack. Cheers, dude. Appreciate you, man. It's good to see you, by the way. I think about you sometimes, and I see you in the YouTube comments. I'm like, cool. Still at it. Do you think he saw us? Yeah, I see what you did there. Ha, 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 ha. So I looked back at the YouTube chat after a little bit. Dino update before GTA 6. What I'm hoping for, Alkiacaster, is that we could have the Dwarf Fortress meme of Dwarf Fortress released myths and magic before GTA 6. That's what I'm hoping for in my mind's eye. Also mind's eye before GTA 6? Anyway. But the second thing that I see in YouTube chat about GTA 6 is I hate that it's only on consoles. Mate, that was Red Dead Redemption. That was Red Dead Redemption 2. That was Grand Theft Auto 5. That was Grand Theft Auto 4. That was Grand Theft Auto... That's going to be Grand Theft Auto 6. Like, if you hate that, I guess you've never played one of these games at launch. Because, like, it's literally every single fucking Grand Theft Auto game ever has launched first on consoles. With the exception of, like, 1 and 2. I don't think there's ever been a less wet Florida. I think what you should say is in memory of Florida, because Florida's like just underwater. No, absolutely. You wait long enough that people buy the game a second time. You are correct. You'd have to go bug Krug Smash about that, bestie. Anyways, chat. That now leveled up the hype train again. It's up to level 5. Needs 4 subscriptions or $16 in bits to level up. But thank you very much, chat. You're too kind. Where are the requirements for you at the minute, Clone Doll? Export of greats is prohibited. That's totally cool. I can very easily do that. Where should I could put Clone Doll's home over there. Or I could, like... connect it to down here, maybe. Or maybe like up here. Let's go hack down some more Glumprong. Looks at Skyrim and Final Fantasy VII. Would people buy games multiple times? I think Skyrim's actually more at fault of that than Final Fantasy, but... I mean, I've bought Dwarf Fortress 4 times. Jam Jalopy, thank you very much for the $1. I mean, actually, I bought Tetris Effect twice. That's not gonna happen, Stumpy. That's not gonna happen. Snagglepick, the bearded miner? Just a bearded miner? Here, I'll give this dwarf a pick. Snagglepick often feels filled with joy, never falls in love or develops positive feelings towards anything. He's troubled by this because he values romance. He is stingy with resources when working on projects, and he refuses to expend any extra effort. He lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and tends to be passive in discussions. He has little interest in joking around and rarely feels discouraged. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and when he rolls his eyes when he's exasperated, and when he becomes exasperated, he clicks his tongue. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Todd's got plenty of lunch money. Forgot the sub button is broken. Have you tried a different web browser? I'm sure you have, but I'm wondering if it's like... Here, Shadow Absorber. I'll do the... I think I owe you the manual thing anyway. When you're subscribed at a higher tier, you automatically get assigned to the role, but I'll just give you the sound commands. There you go. It should work now.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut.
There you go. Well, not you, but out there with at least 5. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with buying games multiple times to have it on multiple platforms. Like, I have no issue with that personally. I can't tell if you guys are affectionately mocking the constant re-releasing of Skyrim or not. I don't know. I think it's fine. I think it's fine, personally, especially if like you're talking about porting it to new systems, because like I can't count the number of times that Skyrim has been ported, and I do actually think that, you know, if you like game preservation, it's probably a good thing. Okay, so it's the ironic mocking then. You know, Doom hasn't actually been resold that many times. Doom is just very easy for third parties to port it. Although I will say that Doom Collection that released kind of recently is dope. So... yeah. Yeah, no, obviously. Doom is ported to everything, but it hasn't been officially sold for everything, I guess is maybe what I should be saying. No. There can be only one, aka G-Funk, in YouTube chat. Apparently there's another Greg in YouTube chat, and thus my uniqueness feels threatened. Why would your day be ruined if somebody knocks on your door? J-Switch in YouTube chat says, I would give a kidney for a good Berserk game. I know a developer who made one, but then he ran out of money and stopped updating it. That's the developer of Jupiter Hell / Doom the Roguelike. He made a Berserk roguelike years ago, which is really good if you like traditional roguelikes. Yeah, he made a kidney. One of your favorite arcade games. Sure. I mean, it's free. You could still go download it. Good luck making it run, though. Wrath of Seth. One of my mechanics has been taken by a Feymood. This is probably going to make the wildlife attack me again. I don't know. I've never really followed Berserk, so Berserk isn't one of the things from that era of children's cartoons that does much for me, but I know a lot of people who are massive fans of it, so I respect it. I'm expecting evil murder birds, so I'm going to throw in some weapon traps. Probably giant thrips as well. So regular birds? Sure. The Berserk that they're talking about is the anime Berserk, maybe? You've probably seen posters of it if you've been around any kind of like pop media store in the last 30 years. It's kind of like Dragon Ball. It's pretty ubiquitous. It's dude with giant sword that isn't Cloud. Tell them it's a children's cartoon? I mean, that was me and Gantz. I got way into Gantz for a bit when I was like 14. Similar levels of trauma, but like different source. Oh, I also watched Ghost in the Shell, yeah. That and Evangelion and all that crap. But no, it's not a children's cartoon. I just call all anime children's cartoons because it triggers some people, and it's funny to me when people get annoyed with me for saying that. But like, basically, I call them children's cartoons because I'm an asshole sometimes. I think it's legal in the current year to have a shitty sense of humor for a few things, and that's one of the few things that I have a funny sense of humor on. I reject Akira because the author's a crazy person in a bad way, but yeah, no, Berserk is, I don't know, it's like, I was gonna say it's like Game of Thrones, but maybe that's actually doing it a disservice these days. I don't know. But yeah, no, not for kids. Honestly, it's from like YouTube fan dubs. Is the reason that I roll with it. But no, I'm well aware that there are cartoons and anime that are not marketed or intended for children at all. I'm well aware of this. I'm not an out of touch grandpa. I say things ironically. And that is definitely one of the things that I say ironically. It's just like I refer to Pokemon as a children's game, you know? I've also referred to Magic the Gathering as a children's card game before. But they were about children got older. Sure. Yes. Just like the first Saw is a emotional story and good for all families. It's like just like Saw is a family movie because I watched that movie at like 14. I turned out okay, I think. You know, I didn't see The Grudge until way later. I think I saw a trailer for The Grudge and I was like, you know what? Nope. You know what's funny? That one actually irritates me. Hail Marin. But if I'm in a bad mood, most of the time it's fine though. Is like the whole Avatar being a favorite anime. I don't know why it irritates me, but it kind of does. Let's actually just cancel these for the minute. I want to get some greats on these now that I think about it for more than a few seconds. Just trying to think the easiest way to do this. Yeah, let's just do it this way. Although, for me, the way that I annoy Avatar fans is just say that the Legend of Korra was bad. Because I think it was. Seville in the YouTube chat says, I've been watching your vids and this is the first stream you've caught. Well, congrats! I guess you finally found a big enough net. Did you get it from Dollar General? I need to stop making that joke because I make it every single time people say they caught my stream. It's like, how long have you been running the fishing trawler? Anyway. Glad you caught the stream. It's good to have you. It's a huge waste of energy. What if it makes me laugh? And what if it makes some other people laugh? Like, the key for doing something ironically because it amuses you is D minor. No, the key for doing something specifically because it amuses you. I should have had the game paused the entire time there was an ad. This is why you're not a mod, Punch Elves. Is if you're with a community that you're comfortable with, or a group of people that you're comfortable with, who understand that you're not actually trying to upset anybody and are just doing things ironically because everybody knows one person who's been really mad when they saw that thing happen once. Like, a lot of my jabs at anime mostly come from the fact that I dated a cosplayer for, like, 7 years. Like, I lived with a cosplayer for 6 years. 8 years, I think, total. I need to actually look at dates again. It's been a while. I don't really think about it that much these days. And so I remember seeing like very immature children get into actual like borderline violent arguments over things like whether or not Avatar is an anime. And so it's just it's personal for me, I guess, or like it's just funny to me. To match the OG Avatar, it was just so good. Legend of Korra wasn't terrible on its own. I don't agree. It just doesn't compare at all. Sure, I mean, if it was a different show, it would just have been a low-rated show that got canceled after a season or two, instead of like a bad sequel to one of the greatest shows of all time. So, you know. I mean, so's Formula 1. What's your point, Punch Elves? And The Matrix is my favorite anime. And I'm not even talking about the Animatrix. I just mean The Matrix. Anyway, Adil, the mechanic, has created Gishgalathrit, a limestone mechanism, and claims it as a family heirloom. Why are we talking about The Last Airbender? I don't know. Good question. Because it's been a while since the last major patch, and I'm filling time. What would you like to talk about? This is a limestone mechanism. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with octagon-cut bloodstones and decorated with pigtail and encircled with bands of rectangular limestone cabochons and cave spider silk and pigtail and oval-cut pink tourmalines. This object menaces with spikes of pink tourmaline and plum wood. Mr. Voy Volkodov, thank you very much for the 20 months. You're very kind.
Crypt metal, crypt L, crypt R, crypt beer.
Appreciate you, dude. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. How many more of these are we making? How many more of these do I have? No, literally none. All right, well, I'm just not going to bother with the second side then because I don't really need it. So not talking about Avatar, the live CGI action adventure. No. No. Nobody under the age of 50 cares about that. I say that because I think that might be my dad's favorite movie of all time. I like my dad a lot, but I'll be honest, when that movie first came out, there was parts of it that I really liked. But it kind of ages like milk. So that's, yeah, no. Not that. Swimming in a lake? Oh. Well, I hope you survive. I mean, is it hot out? Because if so, that would make sense. We've heard that lake buoyancy is completely different than what? Ocean buoyancy? Dwarf buoyancy? Let's just get rid of these ones on the end. There we go. Sure. I mean, saltwater is denser than freshwater. To build walls in advance was eye-opening. I do a lot of that stuff automatically now, but yeah. I mean, the other one that I do a lot that sometimes blows people's minds in regards to building walls, Wrath of Seth, is when I do this. So, like, that's floors, right? And that's all going to be rock salt. If I go in, or that's walls, it's all going to be rock salt, right? So if I replace it with floors, it's going to stay rock salt. And then just this. Done. And as long as, like, you don't have any, like, center areas where there isn't, like, one open wall, then, you know, and then, like, if you're building above ground, you could then additionally make a square like this and then click on the layer. Let's pretend this is the layer above. Click on the layer above, and then do the same for this, or like the door right there, and then just throw a ramp like right there, and boom, you got roofs. So like when you're placing the floors, you could just go up one. As long as you have the blocks all laid out already, like, it's super easy. Do I even want bedrooms here? Yeah, it's fine. Like I could do another one like right here. I could just be like, vump. Vump. Let's see what space we got. And then just go into flooring and then be like, boop. Boop. See, this one will cause problems. So what I could do is I could do this. Fill that in. Doop, doop. Doop, doop. Doop, doop. Get rid of those. Get rid of that. Do that. And then just go into the deletion tool for the extra pieces. Just be like bop, 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 bop. And then I guess I could actually make one of these a little bit bigger. Do that. Are we talking about evaporation? No mold? It's kind of what it reads like. Dwarf Fortress really is just a Toontown simulator in Fortress mode, yeah. But, you know, SimCity is just New York traffic simulator, so... Suburban America Traffic Simulator and Downtown America Traffic Simulator. Oopsies. 50. That's what I was trying to do. No Meld's just like writing creepypastas. Is that what we're doing? Speaking of hungry lakes and creepy things, did you guys see that the one of the most renowned Loch Ness Monster researchers has concluded that the Loch Ness Monster is not real? Even though he spent like his entire career like looking for it, to which I have to say it's like, ah yes, eventually even grifters need to retire. Shocking, I know, right? I'm shook, dude. I can't possibly believe this news. And then let's lock everybody back inside. Except I will permit this top layer. For the time being. Also gonna lock this. Although, actually, hold on. You right here. Cool. How's the fort going? Pretty good. Just vibing. Because underworking your dwarves is better for your dwarves than overworking your dwarves in almost all situations, just like real life. Unless, like, you desperately need to get some shit done. Also, I've nerfed the population. Like, this, I'm at my population cap right now. Most people overwork their dwarves in Dwarf Fortress. And as far as the YouTube chat person goes. Not to say that you can't, like, you know, it's your fortress. You can build it the way you want to, but I do find this game significantly more fun to play if I underwork them. When they get proof that they are wrong and they just strive to come up with a harder experiment that will prove them right. You know, I have a weird respect for backyard scientists. I don't have respect for people who refuse to be proven wrong. If you look at them and it says that they need to be extravagant, learn something, or wander, you're overworking your dwarves. If it's a yellow need. You love being wrong. You do it almost exclusively, as long as you're not doing it intentionally. And if you are doing it intentionally, then you accept defeat. You know, I'm going to do this way. Nah, I'm not going to do it that way. I lied. Trying to figure out how to get up top here. I'm going to do it up here. So I'd like to put a roof on this. Made a gigantic battery with car batteries and is blowing up shit. Styropyro. I see you are a man of culture. Yeah, I mean, sure, certainly. I mean, when I think backyard scientist, I think of people like Styropyro. But there's other people that I like, other variety or types of people I think of as well. I was gonna say, why aren't these getting constructed? But they are. Just taking their sweet time. I mean, like, another example of a backyard scientist would be somebody that I saw in a movie about asteroids relatively recently that was, like, made by Werner Herzog. And one of the people that he interviews for that movie is a folk musician from Norway who has a hobby of collecting meteorites. And what he does, he goes to the biggest football arena in the city that he lives in. And he has this special tool, which he bought and customized, which vacuums up and filters very small amounts of magnetic material. Because mathematically, on average, particles of space dust fall, you'll get, according to this movie, so I'm trying to parrot this as best I can, 1 particle of space dust per 10 square meters per year where he lives. And it's fucking fascinating watching this dude successfully get this space dust and then taking it to the university to be tested and then being told, yep, you found a meteorite. Like, there's something about that that's fucking incredible. Like, that's also backyard science to me. Question for Blind in chat. You're still battling with stockpiles and you want a stockpile for jugs. You will battle with stockpiles forever if you're trying to make royal jelly. My advice to you is give up. That is a system that desperately needs a rework. That or just let it go into other stockpiles. Like, I've never managed to make... Like, I've managed to make them work in the short term. I've never managed to make royal jelly / like mead creation work consistently in any kind of long-term setup in Dwarf Fort. period. It sucks, but it is what it is. Like, I'm sorry to just be the bearer of bad news on this one, but, like, I don't really know what else to tell you. Like, that is a system that is, like, up there with Dying, which I admittedly recently got a rework. That desperately needs a rework. I'm sorry, dude, but it is what it is. I don't have a better way to answer that question. Like, the only way that I've, like, managed to make it somewhat doable is not. Whoops, wrong tool. The only way that I've managed to make it somewhat doable is with just letting it go into generic stockpiles. But the problem is then they get stuck in places. Like putting it into a generic food stockpile that just doesn't allow barrels or bins, and eventually it sometimes works. But there's, like, so little consistency with it that I don't know. I recommend avoiding that system. Bees are fun to mess around with on their own, but, like, that's about it, really. As a toddler, I was supposed to be an astronaut, and now they only sometimes give me the keys to the forklift while cringing in fear, texting their loved ones. But see, I gave up. Now, we don't have to, like, make me want to, like, walk into traffic with depression to make jokes. Like, come on, dude. Stop it. I'm not trying to be that kind of asshole here. I'm just trying to, like, make people know that a system in a video game is fucking flawed. Like, you don't have to ruin my life in exchange for it. Because now I'm going to be pondering all of the existential dread that you are bestowing upon my depressed mind that is now being crushed by your existential bullshit. Is there any advantage to doing multiple stacked pump stacks over a single slot pump stack? I don't know what the... Wait, you mean like doing more horizontally? I mean, you get larger quantity of water, but I'm just making a waterfall. I'm not, like, trying to transport an ocean. You tell the girls you're forklift certified, now you gotta pay child support. I don't think that's got anything to do with being forklift certified. I think you need to, you know, learn what all those Trojan ads are about if you don't want to pay child support, but... waterfall. But I would think that the benefit of, like, making a, like, wider pump stack would be pretty self-explanatory. You get a larger quantity of water going through it. That is the benefit. So, I'm not sure how else to explain that, really. How did I manage to fuck this up so bad? Make this so freaking inconvenient to go through and edit. All right, you up here. And you right there. You had since ages. Is there any disadvantage in DF to killing your annoying nobles? Tons of disadvantages. The only reason to do that is roleplay reasons or insistence on old school player traditions. Like, do you want to know what the problems are? Like, I also, this is one of those questions that, like, I cannot fully comprehend if they're serious or not. So, no, Mold, I'm going to stop reading what you're saying for the next 90 minutes, or until, like, you participate in conversation instead of just making me upset. So, okay, so nobles act as therapists for your dwarves. So the happier your nobles are, the happier your population is, and the easier it is to keep your population happy. That's the first thing. The second thing is nobles provide benefits to the growth of your faction as a whole, and if you don't have them or if you kill them, then you don't get those benefits. Like if you have a baron or a king, you can get hillixes forming, which I presumably in the future are going to be added onto alongside of the siege update cycle, because Tarn has talked about wanting to allow you to hire mercenaries, and I'm fully expecting that to be a requirement. So the biggest benefits to having nobles is it's easier to manage your faction's happiness, you get more mechanics to interact with, and your fortress gets the benefits to your faction growing versus somewhere else in the map. Is our noble happy? I haven't satisfied anything that our noble needs. But yes, our noble is quite happy, or has been happy in the past. Yeah, see? Very happy. Cha-ching. I'm just building this waterfall, and then I'm going to build them the throne room. But, like, literally, in order for, like, large chunks of, like, late-game mechanics to work properly, you need nobles. The only reason to kill nobles is if you are very insistent on continuing optimized gameplay mechanics from, like, the late 2000s. You always thought of them annoying? Are you French? Or British? I mean, yeah, sure, they can be annoying. But if you appoint a baron that really, really, really likes... and I'm not talking about mayors here. If you appoint a baron that really likes traction benches, sir, you fucked up. If you don't like your mayor's demands, sure, kill them. Why not? They'll just elect another one. But when it comes to, like, kings or queens, or the people that insist on killing every mayor that arrives, or the people that insist on, like bringing in a noble and immediately killing them. It's like, okay, we're playing a different video game. Like, this is just a roleplay thing now, and that's cool. You can play the game that way. It's not wrong to play the game that way, but you are making the game objectively harder for yourself. And also, I don't believe that you asked that question in good faith. I'm pretty sure I've answered similar questions to that, if not that exact question for you in the past, so. Who liked millstones? That's fine. It's easy to not accidentally sell. I know plenty of people who live in the UK who grumble about the monarchy. So I don't know. I'm just babbling. I would just put an infinite stockpile for millstones in their bedroom. Like, what I don't understand is, like, sure, if your mayor is a vampire, then yeah, kill them. Sure, like that is maybe like the one instance where it's like, yeah, there's a benefit to killing this mayor. But like, are there downsides was the question, not like, are there niche scenarios where you should kill your mayor? That wasn't the question. The question was, are there downsides to having a mayor or to having nobles in your fortress? And I answered the question. And no, not really. And there's also a lot of downsides if you just kill your nobles. Sure, I mean, like, if you want to roleplay stuff where you're like, nobles must prove themselves in my arena, and then they shall challenge one another to duels. Like, sure, go nuts, have fun. Like, you know, live your fort, let your dwarves live their best lives in the fort of your dreams, and that is the point of Dwarf Fortress. But if you're going to ask me mechanically, are there downsides to killing your baron? No fucking shit, you doofus. Like, duh. Like, what the fuck do you want me to say? And if you don't like them, just don't accept the barony, you dumbass. Like, truly. I digress. The only time that like I actually grumble about this sort of thing is when people are like, man, whew, I just dusted off the guillotine after killing my 14th mayor. Man, it's crazy that this game doesn't have a therapist job. It's like, my brother and Eurist, you've literally killed all of your therapists. Can dwarves workshop a Titan? No. Once again, no. Like so in YouTube chat, they asked this question twice and worded it differently twice. And in both cases, the question is, can dwarves build a Titan, basically? No. No, they can't. Can dwarves force a Titan to exist? No, they can't. Weed, you're not paying me enough to annoy me this much. No, it's fine. But, like, I don't know, dude. Like, I've said this more times than I can count. Heck, I've said this at least twice this week. Dwarf Fortress's biggest enemy is its own history in a lot of ways. Like, this game has been around so long, and this game has had so many different iterations and so many different versions of its fan base that it is borderline impossible to teach people how to play this game. I mean, you're not really. I'm being maybe a bit too blunt. But, like, truly speaking, you know, people ask why I don't make many tutorials about this game. It's because I've kind of given up. I mean, you can already roleplay the, like, politics of Euristan if you want. Tumbleweed. Honestly, what I want is I just want starting scenarios. Like, it'll be really cool once your dwarves have some idea of the kind of fort that you're building instead of just like, oh, we're in a fort. Because right now they don't actually have any idea. They just build a fort. Which is cool, but, like, it'll be neat in my opinion, when dwarves will be able to have some actual idea of what the place is that they're living in. Really leaves a lasting effect. People still remember the times of too many cats. People talked about that 3 times independently of one another as the first thing they said in my chat yesterday. So, you know, it's fine. I mean, the cats are kind of a classic tale. But it's just an excuse for me to bring up babies mind controlling their mothers. You need more tools to deal with sieges? Build bolt throwers. But I think we're getting those. Dwarf Fortress works through a cycle. J-Switch in YouTube chat. Game's impossible and enemies destroy you for a bit. Followed by Tarn makes dwarves stronger, more efficient, and gives us new toys and weapons to play with. Game's too easy. Why are the enemies so weak? Followed by, oh my god, game's impossible. Like, it's been the cycle of Dwarf Fortress as long as I've played it. It's part of the, you know, part of the progression of a game like this. When you make a fort? No, totally. No, totally. It would be cool if Dwarf Fortress had alternative goal outcomes other than Mountain Home. I mean, if you go to the development page, I always tell people to do this, but you don't actually have to do this if you don't want to. The development page has, like, basically planned updates for the future, right? And one of the planned updates is one of the planned updates is scenarios. And scenarios, I guess, from my perspective, would basically be like, okay, this is going to be a military fort from the start. And that would maybe change your starting points theoretically. That could change the goals of your starting 7 dwarves. That could maybe change the nobles that you would have access to. And that's exciting, or a neat idea. Although the thing that I'm looking forward to is, Mistavoy, is in 5 to 10 years, people are going to be asking me, did they ever add magic to this game? Like, we'll be 8 years after the Myths and Magic update, and people be like, man, I really want to go back to Dwarf Fortress, but I'm waiting for the Magic update. Like, I guarantee you that's going to start. And now, because I say it out loud, people are going to do it ironically. I'm aware of this. But it's going to happen. Because I get people asking me, when are they going to add the ability for us to get necromancers and use necromancy? I get that, like, kind of a lot. Like, some people seem to think that necromancy is unavailable in fort mode, and, like, that's going to be one of the things that comes alongside the Magic update. Beasts? Where? Zortos. Remember me 8 years? Yeah. I mean, I can't wait for the Magic update, but, like... I did actually have somebody ask in one of my videos recently, or not ask, but like exclaim in the comments in like the last 2 weeks, who was like, "Adventure mode's out?" It was pretty fucking funny. Every once in a while, like very infrequently, admittedly, somebody will comment on my video going, "Oh my god, the Steam version released." How did I miss that? I've gotten 1 or 2 of those in the last couple of years. Like, someone will be like, I'm so happy like YouTube recommended this video. I didn't know Dwarf Fortress was still getting updates and stuff like that, which is like, you know, actually kind of heartwarming, but those ones don't bother me at all. Those are just nice to see. But, you know, it just means that not everybody is a crazy obsessive that is aware of every single video game as they're updating, and some people have normal lives with hobbies and family and jobs, and don't just stare at the Steam Coming Soon lists all day. I'm a weirdo. And, you know, sometimes it's good to remind yourself that. That's a very phallic series of bedrooms right there. It's the Love Shack. Okay, I've never once seen somebody ask if they've made the die system better yet. Or added a die system. I've seen, like, have they fixed X system yet? And a lot of the time, like, it'll be a system that was fixed, like, a year or 2 ago. So one that I get kind of a lot is, have they fixed... I mean, we were talking about bees earlier. Have they fixed... mead yet? Have they fixed one that I get kind of a lot, which I think is really funny actually, is have they fixed dwarves leaving clothing everywhere yet? Yes, they have. Or have they fixed Mark's dwarves yet? Or usually they say, have they fixed archery yet? Nobody's asked me if they've added minecarts. There is a native version of Linux DF. I'm just running it in Proton because for some reason, if you have more than one monitor, the background art on the main menu is not centered if you have more than one monitor. And I fixed it once a while ago, and then I broke it again by reinstalling Dwarfort, and I've never bothered to fix it again, so it's just easier to fucking play with Proton. It runs the same. Like, there's no frame rate difference for me. If you play in Proton, it'll come back. It's because it's like the game has placed the main menu background art on the wrong monitor. I do need to figure out quantum storage or embrace the big storage rooms. I use big storage rooms for most things. I use quantum storage for sorting. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-doo-doo. I really like this song. That needs 160 power. I'm trying to think where would be the... Oh, no, I just... It truly is, Tumble. Danger Rooms edged it out for you. What do you mean? Like, I'm confused by what you mean with that. Unless you mean, like, the song, but... Song has vibes of Sisters of Mercy / Corrosion for you? This is a remaster of a very old one. Here, in regards to dance floors. If you click on your tavern, it'll tell you how big your dance floor is. Mine's 5 out of 7. It's actually pretty small. You need a 6x6 generally to get dances. So if I like extend the tavern out into here, it's now got an 8x8 dance floor out here where they would dance more. But they will sing without it. It's just in order to get dances, you need the larger ones. This is going to be the space for the Baron. What do I have for bars at the minute? Not actually all that much. What do I have under stone? Do I have gold? I can't remember if I ever mined any. I know there was some. Also, I just want to mention this weed. I just really don't, and this is the same thing for no mold. I just really don't like seeing people just, it's not even self-deprecate, because like I do that a little bit, but like repeatedly insult their own ability to function as humans. It just feels incredibly toxic to me in a way that I just hate. That's all. There's 2 gold nuggets that I've mined out. And like I can deal with a little bit of it, but if it's just like, if I just see it repeatedly in my chat, I'm just going to stop reading it because it just kind of upsets me. That's all. It's not even to be kind to yourselves. It's just I'm not kind to myself. Like, you don't need to be kind to yourself. I don't care. But I'm not kind to myself. And when I read things in my head, I often read them in first person, if that makes sense. Like, I read them as if I'm reading them. And it's hard for me to, like, separate the two, I guess. I think there is gold down here. And so it makes me melancholic when I read other people saying that, I guess. You went to therapy for that, actually? I went to therapy not specifically for that, but that was one of the things that was covered. So that's why I'm just like, you're upsetting me. It's not that, like, you can't do that, but, like, do it, like, within reason, because it's just going to make me start to spiral after a bit. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not the most stable person in the world. That's, I guess, part of the reason I don't have a boss and work for myself. That's all. Where they make fun of themselves, that does actually have a mental effect on themselves and everyone around them? I mean, coping is a very real thing. Are you now, Bert? Well, that's cool. Like, I try very, very hard to not, like, participate in toxic positivity where it's just, like, you're overwhelmingly positive. But, like, humorous negativity is hard for me to read in my chat after a while. Like, I used to just, like, let it happen and it's fine. But, like, now you can do it. But I will stop reading it pretty quickly and just ignore everything you're saying for a while. You're crazy obsessive when it comes to world building and fantasy. That's cool. But more scatterbrained than consistent. It's hard to keep up with systems. Me too. It's careful not to be downcast by binding spells or meant to be hypothetical scenarios, but you're okay, man? Oh, cheers. About that, because I sound a bit grim to people, honestly, are quite happy. I'm not even remotely happy as a person, just in general. But, like, how do I put this? That doesn't mean that I'm in a bad place necessarily. But it does mean that I need to be cautious with it, because otherwise I spiral, and that's bad. And, like, to a degree, I've kind of, like, accepted that as about me as a person, but... It's the Canadian in me. See, now that's funny. Let's check out our gold boulders. 23. Okay, let's just do... Smell? Gold. You smell like gold nuggets. It's hard to read my emotions sometimes. Thankfully, I've gotten better at having emotions again, but... Sorry, I don't need this to be a trauma dumping stream, but... Saying that is very funny to me, Punch Shells, because you very much do not live where I live. It, like, basically never goes below freezing here. It snowed once for, like, a day and a half when I lived here, since I've moved here, and, yeah. No, not really, man. The winters here aren't a problem at all. I mean, northern Canada or, like, eastern Canada, yes. They have pretty tough winters. Where I live, nah. I live, like, in the most mild place in Canada. It's kind of funny to imagine you having your own streamer story arc. Like, me evolving as a person? Is that what you're saying? Isn't that just being human? Like, if you want to, like, imagine your life as a TV show, like, I can see that, but... Only until the jet stream in the ocean engine changes? I mean, we had a heat wave this week. It hit 26 degrees. Like, today is the second one of the hottest days we've had, and it's like 26 degrees Celsius. Like, that's... I'm good. We got a fishery workers guild again. That's fun. Literally snowed last week, a big chunk. Yeah. No, I live on Vancouver Island in Victoria, BC. So, like, it is... They call it the Sun Coast for a reason. The Forgotten Beast, Os, Ichthus Thor Shriek, has come. A gigantic three-eyed iguanodon. Iguanodon? You die when it's over 25? No, I don't disagree, but, like, I used to live on mainland Vancouver, and it would hit 40 infrequently. It would hit, like, mid-30s every summer. And it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't disagree, but northern Alberta, yeah. You never see rain? Sure. I live here specifically because I am disabled and can't drive. So, thus, I walk or bike everywhere, and I need good public transit. So I live in a small city that I could literally walk from one end to the other of in an hour, and, like, a small footprint. It's not super sprawling. It's got decent public transit and extremely bike accessible, and I do that intentionally. I do love parts of northern BC and Alberta, though. It's beautiful. Vancouver's transit system is good. Vancouver as a city is too big for me. Like, in my heart, if I had the ability to live anywhere, I would live in the middle of fuck nowhere, BC. Probably much further north. But the reason I don't is because I need to be walking distance from a hospital, an eye or able to get to a very specific kind of eye specialist once a year. I need to be able to get blood work done every 3 months. Which I need to do next month, actually. I need to be close proximity to multiple health specialists. So, yeah, anyway. There was a point in my life where I really wanted to move to Hope, BC, but I didn't do it purely because it would take 17 hours at the time to take the public transit bus to visit my parents, and I was like, no. Like 2005. It's probably changed quite a bit, Top Fuel, but... You want a model of better geology, deposits, and tectonics? Tarn has said that even after rewrites, he's not sure if we'll ever get full tectonics, but maybe a simulation of tectonics before World Gen stops, but... I've got mixed feelings about a revamp of the economy for dwarves, but that's another topic in and of itself. Anyway, so this Forgotten Beast, Allstakathathor Shrek has come. It is it does have a poison sting. Its eyes are close set. Its oval eyes. Okay, where is it? It's in the lower levels, so it can't get to me. Whisper Cavern, the Perplexing. Welcome to the fort, critter. There's pyrolusite down here. Okay, so it's just a normal ass crow. You all the way down to here. How do you underwork your dwarves? Queue up things when you need them. In quantities that you will use. Don't have too many repeating jobs. And build a lot of guild halls. So that your dwarf... Like, in this case, everybody in this fort's a miner. Because I have a massive public miners guild. And they're all watching mining demonstrations. And then, like... You always have a very large free workforce. So when you need to pump out something quickly, you can. But... And focus on the... like skills that you value for your fortress, which in my case is, or in this situation happens to be guilds or mining and guilds of that variety. So this can be bedroom, this can be like office, and I'll put a dining hall for the Baron outside. Sure, but like the reason that I don't know if I just want to rediscuss this because this is something that gets discussed a lot and I have no say really. But personally, I like the fact that dwarves are like a weird no cash monarchy. Personally, I wouldn't mind having to make coins to trade with certain human factions at a higher level. That'd be cool. I wouldn't mind a economy system being reintroduced if you play as humans whenever we get multiple playable factions. That would be cool. On how to get a big population? Just turn up the population limit and watch your frame rate go down. I don't generally do it because I don't find having more than 250 dwarves to be fulfilling or fun. But just export a lot of stuff and build the capacity and turn up your population limit. And export a lot of high value. Also, I just got welcomed to my chat room. That's very cool. Oh no! Catan the peasant has been found dead. Literally died of old age. Would you look at that? Rest in peace, Catan. Rest in peace. There is a max by default, though. Zortos? In the tavern. Damn right. As a peasant. What a champion. Pouring out for the Dwarfies, exactly. A rare death? That's pretty common in old and longer running forts, and this fort's been running for like 10 years now, so. Especially because I've been playing this faction for so long. So this right here can be a dining hall. And this will be given to the Baroness, even though that room's a little bit phallic, but, you know, is what it is. And then a bedroom. Your current bedroom is right here, which is going to be assigned to some... never mind, it's going to be unassigned. And the Baroness can have those quarters. I have not played Songs of Six recently. Songs of Six was last streamed here. I haven't actually installed the most recent update. January 23rd. And I fucking hated the way the overworld worked at the time. So I haven't been super enthusiastic to go back. And this is going to be assigned to the Baron. Does anybody else think it's funny that it's kind of a bad idea to put a chair in a room alone without a table, even if you're building a throne room? YouTube is more of the, like, lurky location because, like, YouTube actually just made a change that makes me fucking livid. They used to have a pretty okay dark mode. It was like a light pale gray with easy to read text, and it was very easy on my eyes. They've now gone to like this harsh high contrast dark mode, which you can't disable in the chat. And it's like, so I've swapped like all of my YouTube stuff back to light mode, and the light mode is worse than it was before. It's harder to read. So I've had to dim my monitor down again to be able to use YouTube dashboard comfortably, which irritates the shit out of me. They also like made it literally impossible to see how many likes a video has from your like dashboard. They replaced the likes with the revenue that video's made, which is like, what? Why? But I'm just waiting for some ads to end. That's why I'm just sitting on the screen. You're playing DF and your miners were digging the candy and accidentally dug some creature created by a god of war and death, but it turned out to be friendly, and you called her. Don't make sure you don't have any war animals, because if you have war animals, that'll make it go hostile. That's a bug, and I love that bug. The bug where like nightmare creatures from hell are sometimes friendly. What, the high contrast, Shep Western? Why care if people liked the content you made? Well, I mean, not that it's all that useful to know the difference between 99.6% likes to dislikes versus 98.2% likes to dislikes. But like, if I want to see the revenue a video makes, I click on the button that shows me the revenue that the video makes, as well as other detailed stats. Now there's no way to see the other stats. So you haven't actually made the other menu more useful. You've just made it less useful. just stupid. Sure, I don't mind it. It's like there's bugs in Dwarf Fortress that I don't mind that they exist, right? And that's one of them. I don't mind that bug is a thing that is there that, you know, you have to deal with sometimes. I do think it's quite funny. There's bugs that irritate me, and then bugs that I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, so you are now powered. And the question is, do I care about removing all these boulders? I kind of do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go right here. And I'm going to make garbage dump right there. Then I'm going to go down here. I'm going to say dump everything. I'm going to go up to here. Dump everything. Go up to here. Dump everything. And lastly, dump everything. Here come the dwarves. Do-do-do-do. Here come the dwarves, and I say, there's so many. I don't know. Chill out, do a casual-ish, short-ish stream for me. Like, we probably won't make it to 8 hours today. And then release the save file. If anybody wants to mess with this fort, they can. Basically satisfy my noble, build an artificial waterfall, and I guess build that fishery guild. It's like, I don't know. I don't really have any goals. The whole point of this fortress has just been like a in-between fort, mostly. What's my favorite dino? I don't know. I'm not a dinosaur person. Like, I like that people study them. I don't particularly care. I am much more like, if we're talking about like on a Dwarf Fortress sense, Reinhardt's making an artifact. I am much more interested and excited about the fact that we're getting things like woolly mammoths and like saber-toothed tigers and stuff. That is the announced release date. Grundek. Apparently it was originally supposed to release today, but today is a holiday in Quebec, apparently, so. For a T-Rex War Army? Sure. Like, I have nothing against them adding dinosaurs to Dwarf Fortress. Like, I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, it doesn't fit the theme. It totally suits it. I just, like, personally, if you were just to be like, Greg, what are your favorite topics to think about when it comes to the history of the planet that we live on? Dinosaurs is, like, relatively low on the list. Like, the meteorite that destroyed them is infinitesimally more interesting to me than dinosaurs. Sure, Cyberdud. I'm not denying that it is, but like, you know, Kit Fox is a reasonable workplace that gives their employees days off on holidays, so. But I don't know. I also don't know the scientific names for a lot of them. I really like the one that they thought had its brain in its butt for a very long time until they realized that was actually dumb and they were wrong. The one with like the big, thick chunk tail. Those things. Those are cool. I like a lot of the aquatic stuff, like the ones that are just like cool ass sea monsters more than anything. Ankylosaurus, that sounds right. I like the aquatic things, the ones with the really long necks. Those are neat. I don't know. I enjoyed Jurassic Park, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. It's not something that I really was super interested in beyond the age of like 11. There's a lot of things that like people are suspicious about as to like things they could be working on next after this. Rock salt, giant bat bone cloth, as well as rose gold bars, rough yellow zircon, steel, and ash. That's exciting. It's an artifact getting made by Reinhardt, who's been in various fortresses in this world. Sure, Rome is fascinating. I think we all have, like, if you've studied history or paid attention to history or looked into history, like, everybody has their own different eras that they are fascinated by. I'm really, like, not the biggest history buff to begin with. Like, geological history is more interesting to me than, like, creatures. And when it comes to ancient cultures, I would say that I'm not super educated in any, but I am like mildly fascinated by like North American indigenous culture just because of how much it kind of got obliterated by colonialists. But, well, not just because of that, but like it's fascinating to learn things about that because of how not taught in school it was, I guess. A Snatcher! Protect the childs! There's several of them. And immediately dead. This goblin just comes around the corner and just gets blasted by Christopher up here, I think. Looked like it. Fires a steel bolt, hits the goblin in the head, and the injured part was cloven asunder. Damn, dude. I don't think they'll make it out. One of the reasons that I'm super okay with retiring this world, by the way, is I've demolished the goblins. I've had several very war-heavy forts in this world over the years that I've played in it, and they're not much of a threat anymore. Another quern! Holy shit! So I got 2 querns and 3 millstone artifacts. Damn right he did, Dulcan. It's a Quern party? Mm-hmm. Seems like it. This is going to be my fishery guild. This is almost done down here. A miller's guild? Nah. I'm not even doing any milling. It's just I'm amazed at the consistency of the artifacts. But the wealth will be a level. The wealth level will be to die for. Yes. The dwarves are dying for that miller's guild. They're not actually. I have no dying industry going. Janaton, hello. Yeah, I don't know. I will reiterate the thing that I have said about the Dino Patch. I wish they called it the Extinction Patch because I do actually think that's a better name for it. Dino Patch is kind of underwhelming and like not super exciting sounding. Extinction is much better marketing. So shout outs to the one artist who was just like, yeah, no, it's more of the Extinction Patch than the Dino Patch. But anyway, I'm much more excited about the and more prospects of this update than I am about the creatures being added. The creatures are nice. I will never complain about new creatures. However, I'm much more excited about the and more portions of it. There we go. All that's done. My Baron still needs an armor stand, a weapon rack, a statue, and a statue. And there we go. Did they give a time? We know it's releasing tomorrow. I would assume it's sometime like around lunchtime, maybe a little bit before Kit Fox time, which is Montreal. Probably at the start of the workday, Montreal time, if you're being optimistic. Yeah, Journey to the Center of the Fortress is also another thing, but oh well. Armok just wants you to create a big flower factory? I mean, maybe. Could drive over and ask him? I mean, I could just DM him. Well, actually, no, because they wouldn't be at work. It's usually the start of Kit Fox's workday, within a couple hours of the start of their shift, depending on like what happens. Like if something comes up and they need to push pause, maybe they need some assets or something, or they don't have as much copy, or maybe Tarn forgot to send over the patch notes. There was one time, like the release of a patch was delayed by like an hour because Tarn just didn't send them patch notes. So it was like out on the website, but it wasn't out on Steam, purely because Tarn didn't post patch notes on Steam or on the website and didn't like forward it to Kit Fox. That happened once. There was also one time where he got on a plane and forgot to send them like the file. So like they were planning on dropping an update the day before, but they dropped it the day after. Adra, thank you very much for the 78 months. Appreciate you. It is, in fact, sub o'clock, which can sometimes indeed be whacked. But they're separated by a statue? Damn right. I don't know, I think it looks kind of cool. My Baron also doesn't have isn't married, so she obviously wants to look at somebody pretty. All right, let's dig through this. I'm also going to delete that and unforbid these. I'm sure there will be lots of crazy weird monsters. But let me tell you this, Nate. There's already sea monsters in Dwarf Fortress, and there's also sea serpents. So we kind of already have Loch Ness monsters, but... I do understand what you're saying, though. Hey, chat, can I get a big round of beers for Adra, keeping that subscription alive for 78 months, and also for being here since the beginning on and off. Appreciate you, man. And then I just need to go up to here and start cutting into this. I'll just state this, Seth. Literally any updates to World Gen is exciting. So, yes. Shoutouts to Jangles for, like, funding the stream on his own yesterday. Okay, and there we go. Top side's done. That'll probably be enough. It's time to fill up this reservoir, which is going to be filled out of here, and it should fill pretty quickly. There it goes. It's and then this fills up to here pretty fucking fast down in here, which then starts to fill this up, which goes all the way uppers to here, which will fill up very fast. So what are the what's the odds, chat? Do you think this is just going to completely flood my above ground area, or do you think it'll be okay? I think it's going to flood it. This is a bit of a risky build here, but the less risky way to do this would be to just let this fill up all the way, or the more risky way to do this would be to let this fill up all the way and then open it up. I think I'm going to do this the less risky way and just open it up. So, let's see what happens. And there she goes. Chat, I need some water. Chat, can I get a big round of water? Just like Diamond did just now. Okay, so the water is going to fall down to here, and it should bubble down through here, and then drop straight down through here to give us a nice little artificial waterfall. But it's falling at a pretty reasonable rate. Nice. So now we have a perpetual motion McFortress. And this, now, officially, is my fishing zone. Which I'm going to double as my fishing guild, actually. I don't know if they'll be able to fish there, but we'll find out. This is currently where they're fishing. They just, like, hold their hand out and go, eh! That's how they fish. And then catch! Got it. You need a really quick elbow. It's kind of wild, you know, these fisher dwarves, they double as baseball players. And also let's throw in some tables. And some thrones. Some green ones down here. Some iron ones up there. They go and get misted. That's the whole point. And maybe I should make the... I don't think this will count as doubling up, but we'll see. Yeah, it's fine. It's almost there in value already. But this, I'm going to make citizens only. This ain't filling up, which is exactly what I wanted to see. And this is now ridiculous. So the river is now fully functional again. And flowing off the edge of the map slowly, which is pretty cool. The way this actually works is we've got this upper level water coming in from up here, which flows down this waterfall and all the way through down into here. I'm kind of amazed no water is making it to here. It's just falling here, which is kind of crazy, actually. I kind of thought this was going to flood, but... plus the river from over here, which both flows into here because this is blocked, and then it goes down through here. And then most of it flows off the map, but a large chunk of it is then pumped up and over into here. Over into here. And also over into here. This is actually kind of a problem that this is... That I kind of need to solve. I kind of hoped that this wouldn't be such a big deal. I don't know what I can do with that. Maybe I should just turn the power off of this thing. I mean, this ain't all that useful at the minute anyway, but... But anyways, it then, when it hits the top here, it lands directly up here. And a bunch of it falls straight down through here consistently. And the rest flows over, and it lowers the overall speed of the flow and flows off this side and back into both the top and bottom one to both refill the center. And also, they're using it as a successful fishing spot. That's awesome. That is awesome. That's awesome. Also, the reason I'm putting the stockpile under their feet is so that they don't rot. This can also be removed from the fishing zone just for my own sanity. And you... We'll take items from over here. It's like hanging out fishing in my protected lake river. Tornado, like, although it is kind of also a massive death trap in a way, but I'm also going to assign a bunch more dwarves to fishing. Including, Clondal. Who's currently napping. And I could also very easily add additional drains onto this to create additional mist falling spots. All I would need to do is put a hole in the floor and then a hole in the ceiling. So I could put like one right here very easily. Just basically go up to here, put a hole, go down into here, put a hole, and then just surround it with bars or something, or like down here even, very easily. And it would just go thump straight down through and would theoretically be safe. Does the water freeze in the winter? No, it's pretty hot here. Increase the chance that they will fall? I don't think it increases the chance at all, but I mean, that is a shit ton of fish. This is all the fish that we currently have, which then gets powered up to here and then dumps out and then comes back around and does it again. We are going to have a quintillion fish soon. That's for sure. So I'm going to... Am I automatically cleaning all fish? I think I am. But I'm going to add up a different job, which is clean fish. Prepare raw fish. And I'm just going to do 100. If there's 100 unprepared fish. Just do that daily. Unforbid that. Trying to think where else I could go for additional fishing industries. Why don't I just fill this whole thing up? This is also the most fishing I've ever done. Or I've done in this world, at the very least. I've done it a long time. I haven't done much fishing. It's too easy, generally. Stupid child. Keeps tantruming. Is that diverted into a body of water? Oh yeah, sorry. So when it goes down through this central thingy, it goes down into here and powers all these water wheels. And then goes over to here, which is then pumped up and over, which then falls down into here. Which then goes down into here, which then goes over to here, which is then pumped up this way. Which then goes up and over. That's what it's doing. It's good to see you, Linku. I hope you're doing well. So now the final question is, could I block the end off? I probably could. And so if I close this drawbridge, actually, no, I don't want to do that, because if I close that drawbridge, it's going to flood the whole thing. So if I cut the water from the top, I could drain the whole thing and reconstruct it if I wanted. But I would have to drain the whole thing and to reconstruct it. Also, the water here is getting denser. That's uh-oh. Chat, we've broken equilibrium. I think I need to turn this into a wall. And maybe not this one? Come on, dwarves. Give that a pull. Give a pull. Give it a pull. And the ads just started, so I'll let this close. In a fortress with water cooling? Yeah, for sure. What's the goal of this? To vibe out and build stuff with water until it's time to end the stream, and then wait for tomorrow. I don't really have a goal. I'm just fucking around with water mostly. It's been a while since I've done like a pure just mess around fort, but that's what this is intended to be. I could lower the pressure by putting a brick there, which might be what I do. That's probably the way, actually. It's probably the way. But thankfully I caught that right out the bat. I'm going to have to engrave most of these floors to get rid of that mud, but it'll be fine. I still think I should probably get rid of this one in particular. Turn it into a wall, but we'll see. Let's hope nobody slips. Fish are getting flooded back in. Oh, that's actually really funny. But the water stopped flowing. It's been stopped at the top. So this should slow down. Did I just see a dwarf fall in there? Nope. There is a way out, so if they do, they should be fine, and also most of these dwarves have some swimming skill. At the very least, they're dabbling. So as long as they don't break their legs in the fall, they'll be okay. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to this. I'm going to deconstruct these. And I'm just going to turn these into normal walls. You're confused by the invest command? If you type an exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many you have. And if you type an exclamation point invest plus some of the tickets, then you are entering for a chance to win more. It is simple as that. There's no more logic to it. It is simply a way for me to track how long people have watched my stream for. Except for when I lose 2 years of data because I'm dumb. That's literally all it is. There's not much to be confused by, I would say. It's kind of an antique feature as far as Twitch is concerned. A lot of channels used to have stuff like that, but a lot of them got rid of it around the time that channel points for Twitch released, and I don't know, I like this style of system more than the more traditional channel points style, so I just kind of went with it like that. I don't know if I want to block that off. I think I need the extra drainage. So what I'm going to do is just go up to here. Maybe disconnect your power. Yeah, I'm going to need to do that. That is a big win for Salty Tempest. Good job, dude. It's brilliant until a dwarf falls in. But that's already happened twice. Only one of them died. But I'm glad you like it, YouTube chat. Okay, so now that I've done that, I'm going to grab you and give you a pull. What do you want, Queenie? Aluminum weapon rack. I do not have aluminum. I would have to import aluminum, so you're not going to get your aluminum, unfortunately. So with that lever pulled, this is going to open up again. These dwarves are going to get a very brief misting. Once all this water dries, I can then just engrave this whole thing, which will be the equivalent of getting rid of the mud. It will get rid of the mud, but it will also like engrave the floors, so I'll have to do that. Then up here, once this is done, I'm going to dig into the side here and just put a brick right there. But this over here is just doing its damnedest to fill as quickly as bloody possible. Which will probably also eventually fill this up, which is kind of cool. And this is going to take a while to fill, but... knockoff version of Aluminum Fortune, sure. Aluminum Fortune would be like an aluminum ship made by a dwarf in Dwarf Fortress. Although I wonder if anybody's made a statue or an engraving of an aluminum falcon. That would be very funny. Why don't you have any stuff in there yet? That's a little weird. I should actually let the kids go here, so that they can go and work on this if they want. A forgotten beast named Thil has come, a great Dimetrodon composed of mud. It has a fat, bulging trunk, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poison vapors. Oh. And it's also in the layer where it can't get to me, so it's not an issue. Okay, so you... up here are now good to go. Why don't I actually do this? I can use this spot. For the Monster Cavern King competition? Yeah. You know what I'm a little bit worried about, chat? I'm a little bit worried that I've been, like, unnecessarily hyping myself up for the dinosaurs / extinction update stuff. I'm a little worried because every time I get very excited for an update, I tend to disappoint myself and overhype myself. I have a bad habit of doing that. So I'm very, not concerned necessarily, but like, I'm a little worried. My dodo is coming? Well, that's exciting. I can't deny that. Like, the and more thing has gotten me very excited, so I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't a little bit worried about whether or not I'm getting unnecessarily excited. I don't know about you, chat, but... because I genuinely wish I did know more than you guys know, but I don't actually know more than you guys know, so... This is going to totally blow your mind and exceed all expectations. Really? Oh no. I missed the early part of the stream. Are you going to start a new fort tomorrow or figure out an ending for this one? I'm not going to figure out an ending for this one. I'm just going to build it up to a point where I think the structures are satisfying, and then I'm going to call it. It's not going to be a super long stream today. Like I said earlier, we're probably not even going to make it to the 8-hour mark today. For a few reasons, but like the primary one is I'm working on an unannounced secret project, which I need to work on. Which I did a little bit of work on yesterday, but not enough. And then tomorrow I'm going to stream, plus I'm going to stream Friday, plus I'm going to stream Saturday probably. So I'm going to be doing overtime this week basically. So today's just a chill day. A chill day to vibe out and hang out and relax and all that. So that's the plan. And if this save file is something you want to mess around with, I will post a link to it on the Discord and the Fluxer after the stream's over. Yeah. Also, I will probably do a sale on gift subs tomorrow. I'm going to have to jump up from the stream and run around the room in excitement. You know, if there's a patch note that just says, redid all of World Gen and fixed all bugs, then it would exceed my expectations. So, but I don't see that happening. Imagine the audacity of somebody just putting out a patch note that just says, fixed every bug. That would be surprising and also very impressive, though, I do have to say. All right, let's get this sucker rolling again. Fixed every bug. Relabeled every bug in the bug tractor as feature. Daramo. Fixes all bugs. Uninstaller, which ironically had its own bug. Deleted software. Fixed all bugs. Just removes bug creatures from the game. Maybe just, like, makes the bugs more realistic. Cliff notes. Introduced all new bugs. Yeah, no, absolutely. Fix new bugs. How? By making significantly more egregious ones. So now I'll be able to turn this off once that's built. And I can get you built right there. Let's get this sucker flowing again. What's going on in this fort? Is the river being fork siphoned to the power? I can run through it once it's powered up again. I just want to watch this dwarf do the thing. Take one down, pass it around, make it. It's 128 bugs in the code. Or maybe you take one down, you give it to Claude, 250 bugs in the code. 356 bugs in the code. No, 256 bugs in the code. Anyway, so we're going up here, and you're going to go place this mechanism. This right here is being filled by this river and this waterfall. Okay. Those both flow down into this area, which was the river dammed off. The top waterfall and this river on the left both have the ability to be dammed with a bridge. Then they flow down into this pit, which flows off the map, but also gets redirected over to this reservoir. Then this reservoir goes down into here, which then gets pumped up and is going to fill up in a second here. We did have to control its pressure because it was pumping too fast. Which is probably going to make this significantly less impressive, actually. It's kind of a bummer, but... we'll see what it looks like. I might have to add another opening to it. I could have multiples. Like I could build another one down here. It doesn't really roll off the tongue in the, like, same way, though. Also, fireflies. Check that out. It's a little magical, actually. Okay, so that's significantly less impressive, but still works. Also significantly less dangerous. So maybe it's a better version, but I'm going to miss the like fucking wall of water that used to have. The Forgotten Beast Radir has come, a huge scaly fly. It has a pair of slong antenna, yes, and pale chestnut scales, which are small and overlapping. Beware its deadly blood. And once again, it's in the layer where it can't get to me. That's whack. Although, nah, can it? Yeah, it's in the layer where it can't get to me. That's nuts. Every single Forgotten Beast that's arrived today has been in the layers where it can't get to me, with the exception of one. Desiree, hello! How are you today? And also, how are you doing, Raul? It's good to see you, man. Appreciate the lurks, my friend. And now I get to fix this flooding evidence. I don't know. It's not as impressive looking, but I think it gets the job done. Having a mop the floor command would be nice. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Would be nice to have some sort of way to like remove mud from the floor. It's not nearly as effective as it was, though. I think I could go on top of these. And disable them. Like as in put flooring on top of these or walls on top of these. So that water would still flow in through these diagonals. And then unrelease the flow. I think I'm going to do that. Let's try that. Version 3. Let's go. The issue is the water spillage came out of here. So maybe on top of that, I also need to replace these. I've never... I don't know if I've tried that, actually. Maybe I have. I don't know if I have. No, you can't build those, but let's try it. I got a small tile right here. I'll try it out. I don't know. I don't think so, but we'll see. You have to watch your videos from yesterday to catch up. I have a question. When you say so much stuff, like, have you just not watched anything I've put out in a while? Like, what do you mean exactly? But yeah, I do have quite the backlog. Although, thankfully, like, the stuff that's, like, worth watching is, like, there's actually not that much of it. Even though there's, like, 2,000 videos on my YouTube channel. I've had a couple people point out that I should probably, like, go back and delete, like, or private, like, 80% of my YouTube channel's backlog. Because I do have, like, thousands of videos on my YouTube channel. Because my YouTube channel has had so many huge differences over the years. And I don't really know what I should do with it. Nope, it does not. I know that deconstructing and reconstructing the floor does. Rock grates. 3 quarterly. That'll satisfy the Baroness. You right here. Yoink. And you right here. Yoink. Pumps are now off. And this sucker's now open. Oh, those are stairs. Whoops, wrong tool. It's kind of weird, isn't it, though, that blood and puke, practically everything else, is a clean job, but mud isn't? Because mud is intended for farming, right? Like, mud is a very important thing. Like, if dwarves automatically cleaned up mud, you would want to tear your hair out. And there is no tool to automatically clean up other contaminants, with the exception of if you place an empty stockpile on them. If you place a stockpile on them, that will make dwarves go clean up other contaminants. But because there is no other way to clean up other contaminants, it kind of makes sense to me. I don't know. It's not necessarily the nicest thing to have to interact with sometimes, and can be annoying, but like, designatable clean zone. Yeah, or like, you know, give us a clean all contaminants zone would be neat, you know? Or like, I don't know, maybe similar to like an erase button. I wouldn't mind. That'd be cool. I'd be here for it. It's not mission critical, but would be nice. Also, since I'm here, I could just... The other thing that I could do is I could split this. A clean stains order would be good with a toggle to enable mud. I don't know why you'd need a toggle. Just click and... Or you mean like with the toggle to enable auto mud cleaning? Is that what you mean? Yeah, that'd be neat. As long as it's off by default, I think. I'd be okay with that. I know that there's already like spot clean and stuff in DF Hack, but... Greetings from Polish caves. Okay. Are you like in the salt mines or something? Those are the only caves I'm aware of in Poland. I'm sure there's more. Uh-oh. Okay, I'd swear I just saw a dwarf go, wee, splat. They didn't, so that's good. Let's go over here and grab this. And let's also go through here and through to there. I just need that wall to get knocked out. So I'm going to build an additional aqueduct, which is going to fire off maybe like right here. So I will split this. So currently it goes to right there, and then once you're down to here, you can go to there. Then over there. Now would be a real bad time for any kind of gremlin activity. And then over here, salt, 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 rock salt. I'm sure all the rock salt will give the fish a nice flavor. Definitely. I'm sure of it. Positive. And then I will extend this fish stockpile to out here for all this raw fish. Let's do limestone. An infinite fish stockpile? Nah. It's just the raw fish that are the issue. The non-raw fish aren't really taking up too much of it. And I do think we'll catch up. It won't take too long. Also, we kind of already have one. It's literally under my Fisher Dwarf's feet. Because they just drop fish when they catch a fish. So I've just stuck a raw fish stockpile directly under their feet. Which is down here. And is filling these up over here. So this minecart, when it's full, just gets pumped up here, dumps the stuff down, comes back around, and all the children are training and dodging. It's great. See, they're all dabbling dodgers. The dabbling dodgers, by the way, are my favorite Dwarf Fortress baseball team. That or it's the best spiked iron ball squad. What's the purpose of the machine the fortress is made of? Personal entertainment. I just wanted to make a really cool looking fortress. And I think I've achieved that. It's been a while since I've made a fort that just looked super cool. But this minecart route is specifically transporting fish. But I don't know, chat. Do you guys think I've achieved the make a fort that looks really cool goal? Have I made a fort that looks really cool? I always make cool looking forts. Okay, well, this is a fort that I'm trying to make look cool to me. Also, I probably won't be streaming for 8 hours today. Just a note, also an ad starting. So I'm just going to state that we are $50 away from the daily minimum, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. That's all. This encourages you. For whatever it's worth, I've been slacking on the ore transportation one. I should have been extending it, but I kind of got distracted by waterworks. No, not really. Dwarves don't consider minecart routes to be part of transportation. They consider them to be jobs. So not effectively, no. Tungdell. It's sort of like how people used to think that in Roller Coaster Tycoon you could use like transport rides like trains to transport people, but in reality it just made them super fucking lost if you actually used them to transport people. So if they didn't start and stop in the same spot, they'd come out the other end and be lost and then like get pissed off forever, basically. It's like a design flaw in the game. I would adore an expansion that gave us like a rework for minecarts. I would like different ways to power minecarts. I'd like to link multiple minecarts together. I'd like to be able to have more control over how the minecart routing works. There's all sorts of things that I wish that minecarts could do, but beautiful mug, by the way. You could buy one yourself over at my merch store, !point merch in the chat. Thank you, Dracogen. Oop, the miner is making an artifact, which will be cool, I'm sure. It's probably going to be something mining related or rock related. These dwarves must be rich. One of the sheep just gave birth to a stray ram. I wish I had some stray ram around, especially if it was DDR5. Whatever it is, it's going to be made out of charcoal. Oopsies, this is where I wanted to be. As we continue to work on this thing, you up here. Going to throw these in. That in, that in, that in. You all the way up to here is good to go. These are all getting work done. Sweet. I mean, I'm not going to stop you if you want to. Here, I'll just do it. I wish. I wish I could shear my DDR5 to create DDR5 wool. I'm sure that would have some value to it, right? It's one per stream. Oh, what? Really? I don't remember enabling that. Weird. Okay. I definitely did, but... Anyway, I did it for you, so... You're welcome. A giant wargaming room for your dwarves that will absolutely not be able to interact with in any way. Figurines attacking. Is this like people who make, like, chessboards out of statues? I actually really like that design thing that some people do. I think it looks super dope. Okay, so you down there, you come here. What am I building? I'm building a water distribution system that distributes water in satisfying ways. And I want it to pour water directly down through these grates so that it falls down through the middle of my little hall down here. That's what I'm trying to do. Because this is my fisheries guild and my fishing area, where we are fishing bajillions of raw fish, which are then being transported up to my giant fish processing plant up here, where all of these dwarves are I don't really feel like hooking all these up so they can just work. So that, I don't know, I can have the coolest fishing center possible, I guess. No, don't actually go that far. I don't want to go that far. I just want to go to, like, right about there. I'm like right about there. Like right there, right there. And over to there. Highliner fish and seafood? Totally. The Great Fish Fall. You've heard of fish fries, I'm sure. Here we have fish falls, where the dwarves fish in the falls. And if the fish falls, Armok is pleased. If it flops and flounders, you found an ocean. I guess the last thing I could do is something like this. To lower flow this way. So I kind of screwed this up. It's kind of pointless. I should just get rid of that. Salmon cannon. I'm not gonna say that that's an innuendo, that there's an innuendo in there, but that's a funny sentence to read. Caught me live for one solo there, Rider Monkey. From the mountains of Illinois. I like mountains. As West Coast BC resident, I like mountains. Big fan of mountains. All right, or if you do that, and then we'll build that. Let's just go into here and unforbid all this. Uh-oh, are we getting attacked by bugs? Actually, wouldn't surprise me at all. No, just my kids are fighting. That's normal. It's like, child has been found dead. Oh no! Wouldn't be the first time. Baby brawl, no big deal. Actually, usually if a child is fighting, or a baby is fighting, it means their mom dropped them somehow. So it usually means the mom is in trouble. But thankfully, I don't think there's anything to worry about here. A child has been found dead. Oh no, anyways. I don't know. I usually feel bad when a child dies in Dwarf Fort. Keyword on usually, but like it depends on, like, if the parents are named or not. Like, a lot of whether or not I feel bad for something I did in this game, like, depends on if the parents are named. If the parents are named after, like, chat members, then I feel bad. But otherwise, Sometimes it's an oh no anyways. Sometimes it's not, oh man, what happened? Sometimes I want to dig into it and find out. Like, even if I kind of don't actually care all that much about the child themselves, I still want to know what happened. And protect them all, but sometimes lava incidents happen. Sure, I mean, this is a pretty small fort, so. But if lava instances are happening, you're not doing much of a protection job, are you? What do you need? You got tree life. Thread, tree life. What's after thread? Or tree? Bones. Okay. Gotta butcher some stuff. Mostly some cats, I think. Okay, you, it's just those two that need to be done. And then I'm just going to put a grate here. And once all this is done, I'm going to put a grate right there and then wall this all in so it just falls straight down to right there. And we'll see if this slight change of design fixes the flooding issue. I like that somehow one of my dwarves had troll blood on them. Okay. One of my favorite incidents that ever happened with a dwarf, though, was just that one dwarf in Lung Death who fell through several dozen levels before eventually just kind of going splat, but then bouncing and walking away. Even though he lost both of his arms in the fall, or broke both of his arms in the fall, he didn't die. Thought he was going to, but he survived it somehow. Do you have a most memorable, like, incident for a fortress, chat? Because that's probably mine. What was amazing was he did fall through multiple Z levels. Because, like, it was part of, like, a wall collapse, right? So, like, he was falling right behind the wall. Nothing recent enough to have clear details. Gotcha. That or the dwarf that fell, like, 80 Z levels into a cavern layer trying to get to a cat, from what I could tell. It was, like, going downstairs, stopped, climbed, jumped, landed on a very, very, very high plateau in the cavern layer, felt fond when interacting with a pet. Pet jumped back to the stairwell and went up, and then the dwarf went to go jump to the stairwell and go up and, like, biffed it and just went, splat. That's up there. And chat was pretty unanimous about, like, best way to go, honestly. I had a child punch a demon that was made of smoke to death once, which was pretty funny. Do we have... Do not have agitated stuff on the map at the minute. Okay, you down here must be removed from this and this, but you down here need to be added to this. You're going to deconstruct that and then build, or construct that and then deconstruct this. So maybe you'll do it, maybe not. Oh yeah, you did. That's nice. And then I can put a floor grate. Does anybody know if there was if it was more likely? So tantrum spirals were a bug that was patched. So like tantrum spirals were a unintended consequence of like unregulated moods. It was like in the game for forever because they were partially fixed in 47.05, but could still happen. But they were like their frequency was lowered in 47.05, but they were completely removed from the game. More people still call certain things tantrum spirals, but like I explain this pretty constantly, but like Dwarf Fortress kind of goes on a cycle where different things are difficult as new systems are added. When the stress system was added, it was fucking busted, like completely. Like the game was not unplayable, that's maybe unfair to say, but like very, very difficult to play competently. Until like a good handful of updates came out. It's why some of the people who played back then still remove all stress from all dwarves all the time in DF hack, and that's why that command exists. Because tantrum spirals got stupidly bad in like version 30. Like obviously they could happen in the early versions, but the stress system was totally different, so the causes were completely different, even if the outcome was similar. But when the premium version released, they patched tantrums and like moods and put in a bunch of safeguards. So now the equivalent is a tavern brawl, which was a partially implemented feature that didn't work properly in version 47.05, which was if dwarves overdrink, they can brawl under the influence. And tavern brawls were in the game for a while, but were too lethal. So tavern brawls basically is when you have a tavern keeper that can overserve dwarves, because dwarves won't, unless they're very greedy and like to brawl, they're not going to overserve themselves generally. So you need, if you have a tavern keeper set up properly and they can overserve dwarves to the point where they brawl, then you'll get occasional brawls if you have violently like minded dwarves. But yeah, no, it's essentially like it's a bug that was removed more or less entirely in 2022 and has been made less critical. So were they more likely to tantrum back in ASCII? Yes. But, you know, since the siege update, I mean, moods have gotten harder again if you're under siege constantly, because sieges are significantly more brutal. To the point where like they actually put in a triumph moodlet where dwarves feel triumph when a siege ends if they were in the fort when the siege ended, because like it had gotten real bad for a bit there during sieges. But this is a forgotten beast composed of flame, which is exciting. Let's blast it. So yes, accurate observation in regards to frequency of dwarves freaking out. Hey chat, can I get a, I don't know, round of beers for this Beastie McGeasty who's hopefully gonna get popped pretty good. It's called Dreamcats? Man, I wish it was called the Dreamcast. I like that the Psycho Monster, also Dolmas is the paper maker, is throwing a tantrum. But yeah, I don't know. Dwarf Fortress goes through differing levels of like stress difficulty and like difficulty, and sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's harder. I think like the hardest the game ever was probably in version 34 or whatever. Like before this current stress, or like either right when or right before this current stress system was implemented, was probably the hardest it's ever been, in my opinion, just because like there was a lot of things in the game that was just like broken. Like if you settled on a volcano, just instantly dead in most cases, because like you would just get a trillion fire imps flying directly at you and dwarves would just die. Okay, I thought it was dead. I just need a couple bolts to hit it. There it goes. Pop. Good job, dwarves. Which one of you got it? Bolt strikes it, fracturing the skull, tearing apart the muscle. And you weren't even credited with it. Who got it then? Was it a lost intern? Hey, a lost intern got it. Well done. Maybe don't pick up that equipment. No, totally. I mean, you'll still have deaths, but like tantrum spirals and loyalty cascades were like referred to and accepted things in older versions of Dwarf Fortress that don't exist anymore. Like, they don't happen in the way that they used to. I'm sure you could probably, like, manufacture similar effects by either just being mean to your dwarves or, like, going out of your way to try and cause those to happen again. But, like, the game has not done that to the player intentionally since the Steam release, which is for the best. Because, like, I think that dwarves, like, freaking out and killing each other, like, obviously you want that to happen sometimes, but you want to have some control over the cause, and, like, tantrum spirals were not a fun thing to have to deal with for just about anybody, I don't think. Certainly not for me. If you're mean to your dwarves, they just work less? What do you mean, where do I get mine? I mean, it was always the case. If you were mean to your dwarves, they would just work less. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand the question, Danny. Also, AJJ reminds me of the band. I don't know if that's what your name is related to, but... You always had mist generators in the middle of taverns and barracks? Mist generators are a neat flex if you're an advanced player, but I don't think any fortress should ever depend entirely on mist generators, because if they do, the game kind of then essentially isn't playable unless you use, like, advanced setups and metagame, and I think that sucks if that's the case. So I actually think that, like, requiring mist generators in every location is, like, a bad thing. Because they were virtually necessary in 47.05 and earlier. But, like, they're just not now, and I do actually think that's a good thing. Okay, so you right here are going to be enabled, which it is now. So this is just going to fill up immediately. And now we find out how well this sucker works. So the difference is quite a lot. Chat, can I get a round of water, please? We're going to need it. Big wall of water. There goes the Wishinator once again. Good lord. Well, it's a good thing that I blocked this off. Because if I hadn't done that and blocked this off, this would all be underwater. So it's a good thing I did that. It's almost another surprise town incident. I don't know. It's a pretty careful balancing act. I could have set up a pressure plate to make the whole system turn off if this is deeper than 7, but... Balinor, it's good to see you, dude. It has been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Holy shit, you've been following since 2017? My god. Time flies. Uh-oh. Svenja has been found dead. Uh-oh. 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 Well, that's not good. How's your swimming skills, kiddos? Dabbling? Not great. How's your swimming skills? Novice? Well, you have a chance. I said a chance. Okay, so what I need to do is block this as well. And turn off the fucking pump. That's the other thing I need to do. That's what I need to do in both cases. Oh boy. Another dwarf's been found dead. Glorious, though. Hang in there, dwarf. Rip. Oh, you've stopped. You've stopped. Well. Let's plug this. I don't think very many people have made logic gates without practically modifying the game in a very long time, but historically, yes, people have made logic gates for Dwarf Fort. But it has been a very long time since much of that has happened. For kind of a variety of reasons, but... Couldn't just hear gambling luck didn't change? I mean, some things never change, dude. Oh, no, actually, I just gotta fully clear this off. I mean, that kind of is this fort. Most of the dwarves in this fort are novice, but if they're more than 2 Z levels underwater, they're still gonna drown. It doesn't matter. They could be a legendary swimmer, but they'll still drown if they're 2 levels down. Person in YouTube chat. But I've done that in a couple forts. The Moses machine is maybe the most obvious example of that, which was when I built a fortress that the entrance to the fortress was a lake. But I've never done that like as a challenge because mostly it would take a trillion years and not be fun to do. But I've done that like incidentally in a number of cases over the years. This is going to take a billion years. So something I'm going to do is fill this up. I may actually have to turn the top part on. Like the other water cannon on in order to lower the pressure. But in regards to how I'm making the dwarves learn how to swim, it's this. This is my swimming contraption that's slowly teaching dwarves to swim. But how you been, Balinor? I see you watch the Artemis launch like everybody else on the internet, but how you been, dude? This is how I'm teaching the dwarves to swim. They come, they grab this minecart, they bring it over, they get sprayed with a mist generator, they chuck the minecart onto that tile, and then they yeet themselves across. That's it. Very simple. And that teaches them to swim. The one that was 2 months ago, because they have the same badge that everybody got from the same launch, and we're not talking about it. I just vaguely mentioned it. I mean, if chat wants to talk about it, then okay, but, like, no. Just commenting on the fact that somebody has a badge. Forgotten beast named Zolok has come, and I want to cry. It is a large, hairy aphid, naturally. Its thin wings of stretched skin appear to be emaciated along with its body. It's the lavender hair, which is curly, and beware its noxious secretions. Chat, I don't know if it's obvious, but I have a fucking horrendous headache, which is why I want to cry. Not related to chat, not related to the game. I just woke up with a headache today. So, nearing the end of my rope. Got a little bit more in me, though. It's a good thing it was today and not yesterday. Or not tomorrow, rather. Looks neat. You figured you could use a badge? Yeah, totally. Have I considered dark theme extensions? I want to punch anybody who suggests dark theme extensions at me with the bluntest, heaviest object I can find nearby, which in this case is this plushy rat. That's what you get for suggesting dark theme extensions. I wish dark theme was obliterated into the fucking sun. I hate dark themes. But that's a subject for a different year. Dark themes are like the scourge of humanity and one of the worst design decisions that anybody in like computer science has ever done to society. You can continue suggesting all you want, Tungdil, and I will keep on rejecting for all eternity. Where am I going with this? Yeah, I need to just let the game run. No. I'm not currently suffering a headache because I'm not using dark mode extensions. Even though I use dark mode on lots of parts of my computer. I had a headache when I woke up this morning. It's completely unrelated to my computer. I was totally fine yesterday after using my computer for like 9 hours yesterday or more. Was totally fine the day before. YouTube is virtually unusable if you are visually impaired like myself and have to deal with its arbitrary font changes and like visual changes, even with extensions that change the aesthetics of it. It's not useful, good, or aesthetically pleasing. Anyway. Sorry, I have a headache, and being told to try dark mode is like telling somebody with depression that they should go, like, smile. It's like, that's not how that works. All right, let's fire out the water cannons. Basically, like, the short answer is, if you want me to ever be able to read chat, then I shouldn't use dark mode. That's the actual reality. No. I'll get to that one, though. Salgar, hello. Thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you. Just be happy. I am. I just have a headache. It's like telling an amputee to walk it off. Yeah. I guess. I don't know. I'll consider that as an option. Pep. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what I can do to, like, super micromanage this. Bro, what? Where the fuck did you come from? No, like, actually, where the fuck did it come from? I guess the caverns, presumably, but how the fuck did you get in here? That's wild. Holy shit. My elite Marksdwarf was killed. Dwarven baby was killed. Another Marksdwarf was killed. And they got it. Kit was killed. Using the pipes, obviously. That's whack. How the fuck did it get in there? I thought I was paying attention to that. That is wild, man. It's like I need some coffins anyway, but like, Jesus, dude. I'm a little bit flabbergasted by that, but I do suppose it happens to the best of us. I'm trying to figure out how it got there specifically. Like, without showing up anywhere else first. Like, it must have come through, like, here? Or something? Maybe through here? Weird. Why are some of the coffins walled in? Because it doesn't matter if they're walled in or not, and I think it looks cool. Dwarves don't use tombs for anything other than, I have a tomb. I am pleased because I have a tomb. Speaking of tombs. Regardless though, Balinor, it's good to see you. It's always nice when people pop in after a while. It does look like that, yeah, but like through here. Like, it could have come from the stairs over here, but like, I'm just amazed that it was able to get up through one of these. Like, it has to have come up through here, right? But I'm amazed that it was able to get up through this without colliding with somebody before it got to my barracks, more than anything. Like, it has to have come through that way. Like, there's kind of no other real option of where it could have come from, but it's just wild. I hadn't seen DF in a long time. Back in your day, it was all text. Have you really not watched me in that long? When were you last in my chat? I mean, you watched in 2025, allegedly. Also in 2024, and in 2023. And in 2022. But it's like 1 or 2 chat lines per year, so. Mostly lurk, gotcha. You've used a few years of chat interaction today? Yeah. I mean, like, the past few that I've read, it's like all just single lines. Okay. Opulent royal tomb for your monarch. When they died, they just buried them in a different spot. I thought that bug was fixed. That every single time I've had a monarch die, they've been put in the correct tomb. Like, at least as of late. You were quick. It hasn't been that long. It was around the same, because so there was a bug a while ago where like coffins could just be assigned and bodies could be buried before the coffin was built. But now there's a strict order which would like replace the coffin sprite with a corpse sprite. I think that was like unique to the graphics version, but that was fixed, and around that time they made it so that tombs are properly respected by nobles. It was sometime in like late 2025, early 2026. It was like within the last 6 months, probably. Thanks for saying that, Balinor. There's a few people who used to watch me like in the same era as you who like either disappeared right when I got partnered on Twitch or like I don't know, the number of names and people that I remember from the days of like, from the early days of streaming that just disappear has always not weirded me out, but like made me a little sad because sometimes it makes me wonder because like, it's always, like I know all of the people that watch my streams, right? More or less, like if you're active in the chat, I know you. And the number of times that people have just kind of vanished one day. Like, some of them are still subscribed, too, and just haven't said anything in years. And it kind of makes me sad sometimes. No, I mean, that's fair, Jesse. Trust me. I know. Most people couldn't. One of my favorite moments ever actually was with a person who I haven't spoken to through Twitch in ages named Lumped Beef Broth, who watched me before I streamed Dwarf Fortress primarily, and watched as I was starting to do that, and then disappeared around the time the Steam version released. But I do remember one time Lump just watching me playing the ASCII version and then stating, "Oh my god, I finally figured out what the walls are." It's like, I see it, I get it. I like just had like the literal fucking like, I can see the code moment. It was always cool when that would happen periodically. Pain Cleric has also died in that, I think. Just a huge fucking shame. Pain Cleric was my expedition leader and one of my most talented militia dwarves. It's a massive shame, that. And the Baroness goes right there. Who's now fully satisfied. Rest in peace, Balinor the Man-whore. That was a fun fort. At points. I don't have a follow age command because if you're on PC, you can just click on your username and then it doesn't spam into chat. But Curses, you've been following since November 1st, 2022, so about a month before release. Another dwarf's been found dead? What? Oh. Giant thrips. Great. There it is right there. You know this fort is going to be left. Fulgur is cool. There you go. You can have that statue. You graffitied a statue is what you did. Also, fucking hell. It's a statue of a chipmunk. I wasn't specific as to what kind of statue to put in here. There's a friggin' statue of a chipmunk. That's hysterical. Anyway, speaking of statues of chipmunks, how are you doing, Alana? Are you a statue of a chipmunk? How was your stream? How goes the fort? New patch tomorrow. We're getting dinosaurs. See, I was going more Chip and Dale than Alvin, Simon, and Theodore, though. Like, I don't know. I default to Chip and Dale over, like, Alvin and the Chipmunks. You could be? Well, more power to you if you are. But, how was your stream today? What were you playing? For those of you who don't know who I am, I'm Greg. I stream too much Dwarf Fort. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. I have a bad headache, so today's going to be a short stream. But, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. It's probably due to temperature. It was really warm last night. Like, last night was the first night that we've had this summer that was, like, warm. It's probably something to do with that. And before somebody points out and they're like, you're not drinking water. There's literally water in this coffee mug. I didn't drink any coffee today. New aquatic DLC for Oxygen not included. Right, yep. Less drowning than usual. Oh, so I mean, all of these dwarves drowned. Unrelated, but it's been a bit of a toughie. I gotta be honest, because I'm doing shenanigans with fountains. Neil, thanks for the raid. This is the most raids I've gotten in a while. 108 months. Chat, can I get 108 beers for 108 months? And to the moderators, could I get a shout out for Neil and also Alana, if possible? Unless there's no mods here, in which case then I'll do it. And then unless you already did it, in which case then yeah, okay, I get it, I'm dumb. They are not even remotely similar aside from that RimWorld markets itself as being similar to Dwarf Fort. Steven. But stay a while and listen. Get in there. And get these bodies out of here. Got Svenja. Got Coddle. Chat is holding me hostage, it seems? How so? What, that I mean that I play this and sometimes chat lets me play other games thing? Yeah, kinda. I don't know. I mean, if more people tuned in when I played other stuff, I'd play other stuff more often, but it's kind of brutal taking like a 40 to 50%, sometimes higher, view count drop when swapping games, so. I enjoy this game, so I tend to just stick to it. I actually have no contact with elves in this fort, Pyrotech. On YouTube, it doesn't matter. It's the same. Steven. Because it's the same ad rates. And if you have, like, YouTube Premium, it's the same. Doesn't matter. 'Tis up to you what you would rather do. You are the master of your universe in this world. Okay, so now that this Oop has gone berserk. Oh, did I screw up? I thought I gave you the thing that you needed. Well, that's unfortunate. Dwarf went insane after failing an artifact because I was too busy worrying about unrelated things. So you're going to go try and kill somebody now. Which is fun because they're legendary in every combat skill. I'm sure that'll go just fine. Just fine. Oop, the miner's been struck down by one of my soldiers. Almost instantly. You struck her down by doing what? Oop, the violent gorge is really dead. I'm not feeling sad right now. How fragile we are. This does not scare me. Slayer of goop. I have no feelings of rage. Strikes the miner in the head, bruising the muscle, and jamming the skull through the brain. Just pop to the back of the head. You are now a legend, Paddle-lushes. Paddle-lushes? Paddle-blushes. Quite a lot. That one looked like a sushi belt. What do these do? They're training dodging for the tavern. Sometimes they cause like severe fall damage, but usually they're just here to train dodging. So when dwarves are standing on the tracks, which they do pretty regularly when the tavern is full, then these show up and then they go whoop and step out of the way. And yeah, it's pretty effective. Also, like, not great for frame rate and kind of overkill, but effective. I'm going to just set up a slightly different design for some additional tombs. Because I need more of them now, apparently. A while back, and you're wondering how to learn or how to make a nicer looking forts. Go to the caverns. You don't need to build in the caverns, but go to the caverns. They can be any kind of caverns. Pick a level like this, and then build within the stalactites or the walls in the caverns. So like go into here and be like, all right, I'm only building on this level, and build within the walls that are assigned. Do that a bunch and then start doing that regardless of where you are. Or if you really like building in large flat areas and you are doing a lot of squares, just do this. And then do them off center. So if you're doing 2 rooms, then like, you know, do like this kind of thing. And then in the corners, do that. And then like when you're building stuff like this, do this. And then when you're putting in another walkway right there, do like that. You'll end up with much more interesting looking areas, even if you're just still doing squares. Basically, round off the corners of rough edges. And that's pretty much it. I don't really have too many more tips. Like, that's literally all I do. And also, don't worry about everything being perfectly symmetrical, because that'll end with you having much more interesting looking forts. Uh-oh. Kiddo, you might want to get out of there. That's okay. It won't start pumping just yet, but... Oh, actually, no, I can turn all of this on because this literally doesn't have the power to run right now. What are you doing in here? Dude. You like to use ramps instead of stairs? Sure. It's all sorts of limitations, but those are my fastest descriptors. What machines can be built? Lots of minecarts, water wheels, various other contraptions, although the whole system has no power right now, more or less. Maybe not the whole system, but a large portion of it has no power at the minute. Well, this dwarf is probably really good at swimming, because you're gaining swimming skill right now, right? Yeah, okay, novice. There you go. You should crawl out now. Come on, dwarf, you got this. Pop up. What's the longest fort that I played? Long Death. It was like 1,500 plus hours or so. It sucked, and I will never do it again. But if you want to go watch those VODs, if you're a sicko who likes to see me suffer, you could see them on the main channel if you want. I wouldn't recommend it necessarily, but you could. Was it a calm fort? I'm not going to run down the whole thing, but I kept that fort alive for 470 years. I want to say it was Wilderness, but it was a different game back then. This was like started in the summer of 2020. This was way before the Steam version. So the way the biomes worked was completely different, but it was boring as hell, and I'm never doing that again. Even with the game being like more interesting for long-term forts now, I'm still it's just never gonna happen. I'm just not gonna do that again. You're basically copying the streamer Deep Space XD? I mean, or you could copy me. We do have pretty noticeably different styles, but similar outcomes. You've played since 2013. You know how different it was before Steam. You've learned from text files. Well, I didn't learn from text files, but I first installed the game in 2009, so yeah, I've been there. This is another downy, deadly blood critter. He's real far away. Chat room, I gotta be honest. I know that we just got a raid. I have a real bad headache. I woke up with it today. We're gonna start this thing back up and get it filling up again. And then I'm gonna wind down for the day. This will be powered up soon. My guy, I'm very hydrated. I don't need you to backseat health me. But, like, I do have a headache. Which also gives me, like, I guess a shorter fuse when it comes to chat telling me how to stay healthy. It's like, nah, I'm good. The issue here is I don't really have a consistent way of dealing with chat telling me how to be healthy, I guess. I appreciate that you're just trying to be nice. It's all good. Just I have a headache. It's not an excuse, but it's the truth. Let's close this side. Well, one, I'm not American, Stutterino, and two, it was really hot last night. Sometimes you just have a headache. So it has shortened my fuse a little bit today, but I don't get frequent headaches or migraines. How about Joe in YouTube chat? I do get them when there is like noticeable changes in temperature, I would say. There we go. Now we're finding kind of a middle ground here. I think blocking the left side may have actually been the right call. I'm just happy that this headache thing like clued in today and not tomorrow. Why do I keep saying not yesterday? Today and not tomorrow, because like tomorrow's patch day. So that would be unfortunate if I was like suffering through patch day, but could jump in the pool here. I mean, that might kill you. It's kind of like the giant whirlpool thing that they had in Action Park. I mean, so 2 cents about me, for those of you who don't know. I have full body nerve damage, and when temperatures shift suddenly, it flares up. So there's chunks of my body that I can't feel fully. I don't talk about it too much, but it's things like the tips of my fingers, like my ears, like the tips of my limbs, basically. But also, like, I feel it in my chest. And generally, I don't notice it. But when there's, like, a major shift in temperature, it, like, flares everything, which just causes, like, unrelated things to happen. Technically, according to my doctor, I live with chronic pain. I just literally try my best to never bring it up. Because it just turns into, like, a woe is me session. And, like, it went from being an average of, like, low 20s during the day and like 14 degrees at night to like suddenly being about high 20s during the day and like 20 at night the last like 3 days. And I think that's probably what's causing this, which is why I'm drinking a shit ton of water. I've refilled my water bottle twice today. So, you know, it just kind of, I don't know, it's part of life, I suppose. Oh, I mean, it was bound to happen eventually. I haven't been following FIFA very much. I watched a little bit of one of the games at a public watch party downtown on Sunday because I was just in that part of town. Looking forward to the new patch, Zombie. Now, where is this beastie at? Also in the area where it can't get to me. Although this one's injured already. What'd you kill? Must have killed something. 2 Crundles. Pfft, injured by Crundles. Not very effective, are you? Okay, so if I open this side up, is it balanced now? Because the surface is much less flooded now. I mean, only about a dozen dwarves have done it so far, Grundig. Just keep in mind for Justo in YouTube chat, parasocial relationships are a very real thing that I try to avoid. So. Is low numbers when dealing with DF water? Sure, but most of them have been in like the last 30 minutes-ish. Uh-oh. Just noticing that we very clearly have an animal assault happening. They're terrified while in conflict because they've got no way in, or they're too afraid to go in. This will bring out my Marks dwarves, which can go help. Where the hell are you going? Fishing. Where are you going to go fishing? We're supposed to fish right here. It's a whole... Wait, what? Hold the fucking phone. What? I'm super perplexed. Why are you going all the way up here? For what reason? Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. My dwarves are in a bad spot at the moment. Like, where are you going to fish? Supposedly. Like, you shouldn't be fishing outside, Mr. Boot Crevice. As good as it can be, Jammy Toasty. Like... Dolmas McMoron, where the hell are you going? Like, clearly they've been fishing up here for some time, but what, why, how, when, where? What are you doing? You know what? Also, I'm just going to expel you. You can just get out. Go away. Dwarf, you lose to the dumb tax. I guess so, but like, my God, man. There you go. I've been saying that constantly all day, so I'm glad somebody finally noticed my silliness. Probably, Jody. Well, the good news is, I feel like I finally found some format of equilibrium here. This is no longer, like, horribly flooding. It is pumping down into here. The issue is I'm no longer pumping through here. So now I got to turn on the final pump again to see if I can let this thing hit equilibrium. Because turning off this pump kind of lowered down this. Although what I could do, here's an idea. That's not great. You're going to be a legendary swimmer in no time, Marino. You're novice currently. Well, good luck on that, kid. He's led us to Mistake Town. I'm going to go grab you. I'm actually going to get rid of that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to, which ironically turning that on would like save that kid's life, guaranteed. I'm going to snap a hole in this wall right here. We'll just dig through this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to down to about... Down to about here. Right here. And I'm going to place a mechanism right here. And what this mechanism is going to be is it's going to be a pressure plate. And it's going to be a pressure plate that's triggered by water that is 7 deep. No, 6 deep. So when water depth is 6 deep right here, it's going to trigger, which is going to turn off this mechanism. Or maybe even just this mechanism. No, we'll put it on this mechanism. So that I have a manual on-off switch one with this one. And then with this one, if there's too much water going into this, then this will turn off. What do you think, chat? This is actually the first time I've ever used this tool, by the way. So, for me, it's kind of exciting. This is a new toy for me. What's something you've never messed with in Dwarf Fortress in the history of ever? Minecarts? Ooh. Minecarts are pretty cool. I like minecarts a lot when they work. I guess I'm out of mechanisms. I mean, not messing with minecarts is a little wild to me. Not messing with full minecart routes makes sense. But using minecarts at least so that you can have some quantum stockpiles around, or not doing that, is kind of wild to me. Because... Oh. 2 dwarves have now drowned in here, which is awkward. Oh well. Increase the scarring area. God damn, so many diplomats. You've never touched a minecart? In the ASCII version, that made sense. You should mess with minecarts at least a little bit. Just the basics, you know? Just the very tip of the iceberg. That's fair. I find them really satisfying to sort items with. To me, in my mind, Jammy Toasty, that means that you've never actually dug down. I haven't even scratched the surface. You haven't even started digging? Only horizontally. It's like, no, I only make deep cuts in the surface. No scratching, just deep cuts. Trade sentiments are terrible. Lovely. Such a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves. There's much to share. Great. Sorry, there's something about trade sentiments are terrible that I find very funny. What are you saying, using dump zones? Psych Tech? I like, because, like, as an example, this is a quantum stockpile. This minecart right here. Right? Like, trash just gets dumped into this and then thrown that way. So, I don't know. I find it to be super useful. Like, look at this. Oopsies. I'm just playing. I literally am just waiting for... By the way, that child's still drowning. I'm literally just waiting for the patch tomorrow. And that is going to need a new world to get most of the features, so today we're just vibing. See, it does this, and then done. Like, I don't know. I just think that's super handy. I just find them oddly satisfying, that's all. I think, like, in their intended use case, they're a bit moot, like pointless almost, but I do think they're fun outside of that. All right, let's go to... Where was I? You, right here. Just waiting for a second rock mechanism that's ready to go. Which means I could probably take you, forbid you, unforbid you. There you go, I can link you. So you are going to link to right there. The child is still drowning. I assume they haven't moved. Like, if I get this thing set up, then they'll be able to swim out, but... No, we're just playing in this fort until the patch releases. If this fort was like closer to achieving something massive outside of just building this weird fountain thing, then I would play it longer, but the patch is coming out, so. Shark Walrus Yumper, thank you very much for the 38th month. Appreciate you, dude. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the shark jumping walrus? Or bongos, I don't know. Either or. No, I'm not offended for Justo, by the way, for clarity here. I'm just putting that out as a warning. Like, you gotta be cautious with that. I was gonna say, what badge does Telenartho have? He was like, nice badge, Telenartho. I was like, what badge does Telenartho have? I don't even see Telenartho in the chat. I'm sure he's here somewhere, but... Oh, the skull. Yeah. It's discount skull. Fright Fest. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. I struggle to remember how I got half of the badges I have and half of the things that I have like that, but... Okay, so now this dwarf's going to leave. So you are going to be pulled. Which is going to trigger this. Anytime now. I know the feeling, Telenartho. It depends on your settings. Victorous. Who says, I'm very in doubt that if we play an old world, will you even see dinosaurs? I mean, that's like saying if you play an old world, will you see lions? They're just gonna be wild animals, dude. They're not like dragons or, like, you know. mega beasts or anything. So if this right here becomes 6 deep, then it will shut that pump off. And I'm going to turn this side off just to test this. Also, kiddo who's drowning can now... You're dehydrated. There's something oddly funny, but also not funny at all about that. Okay, let's just... dig this way. Build some stairs down right here, maybe. Oh no. Maybe we can save you, maybe we can't. I'll try. I know it's ironic, but... So this should turn off once this is full, because this lower area down here will flood. And then once this fills up a little bit, it should shut this pump off. It should. Not saying that it's guaranteed, but it should. We're building a rescue mission, chat. We're gonna try and rescue this kiddo. If we can, we will. This is the child of sympathetic cat girl and Reinhardt, who's now swimming through the water as quickly as possible, is also a skilled swimmer. In fact, might be one of the most skilled swimmers in the fort. Is off to go get a drink as quickly as they can. Let's see. Come on, kiddo. Go up. You made it. Sweet. Nope, don't do any of that, you doofus. Okay, done. Okay, I guess we're doing this. But kiddo here is going to run this way. Well, dwarves don't drink water, especially willingly. And will still naturally get dehydrated without alcohol. Oh man, I was really hoping that that pot had alcohol in it, but it doesn't. What do you think, chat? Is this kid going to make it? I'm going to give this kid a nickname. Willie! We have to free Willie. Come on, kid. Oh, hey, you've been brought a drink. Something. But you can still go get some booze. A proper dwarven beverage. Goes all the way over here to grab a mug first. Kiddo's going to make it. Round of beers for old Willie. Paddle confuse. Honestly, I love it when a child's name is very apt. But Paddle confuse is a great name for a kid who almost drowned. Paddle! And you'll stop being confused. I got distracted with a bunch of, like, projects and then forgot to build a bunch of tombs, so let's do that. Let's see, does Oop get one? Yep, sweet. Fortress got no migrants this season. That makes a lot of sense, actually. All right, so down in here. Dwarven child has been taken by a Famoot. You know, honestly, I don't actually need to test this fucking thing. Let's just send it off. I know it'll work for what I need it to do. All right. Here we go again. You can post a bunch of water if you want. You don't have to if you don't want to. But here we go again. Let the mist flow. Frog about to be happy, I think. Got to keep an eye on the top half. And also an eye on down here. And then we can just shut this side, because that's usually a bit too much water. And honestly, I think this might be one of the coolest things I've built. At least in recent memory. Just as a structure. And as a weird mega project for within a fortress. So, if you would like this fortress, chat. I'm going to make you a hard save, and I will upload this save for people to mess with. What's the point of the fortifications between tombs? Literally all of that is aesthetics. God is testing me in YouTube chat. But I think it's time for me to retire this fortress. Like I said, I'm making this hard save for you guys. So if you would like to mess around with this fortress and build something within it, you are more than welcome to. But I do think that that is me for this fortress. And I think that's me for today. I'm going to go maybe take a painkiller. I don't know. I don't know if this headache's that bad. I'm going to go work on that secret unannounced project. Rip? No. Live long and prosper. Mortalsludge. You know, initially I thought that the Mortalsludge was the goo falling from the sky. Now I think that the Mortalsludge is in fact the water. If anybody wants to see this in ASCII, I kind of do. That looks pretty cool, actually. It's the actual pump layers. The filling layers, so that if this ever actually manages to beat the equilibrium of this, it'll shut itself off. And all the way up here, we've got kind of a lot of pissed off dwarves, but it's not too bad. And of course, the gooey surface. What's up, Nag? You have a stockpile with 2 barrels in those in those barrels are turkey eggs that are fertile. Does they hatch? If they're not being incubated by a mother, they will not hatch. You have to forbid the fertile eggs. I really wish there was a way to forbid fertile eggs from food stockpiles, but there isn't. So no, they're not going to hatch, and I don't think they're cookable. You can sell them, though. But, chat, I'm going to wind down the fortress now. Unless there's something you guys would like me to show or see before I hit the retire button. I wonder. I mean, dinosaurs are largely egg layers, right? So we'll see. That's fair, Mark. I usually just lock a bunch of chickens in a room with some nest boxes and just call it a week. The Mortalsludge waterworks? Yeah, I agree, Twisted Bro. It's pretty dope. Pretty fucking dope. It's time to retire this fortress. Goodbye, Mortalsludge. I'm sure you'll be fine. My next fortress plan is to build a fortress in the trees of a dense forest to go to war against the dinos. That's my plan. I don't know how successful it'll be, but that is what I'm thinking about doing. Elf? In order to do that, we are going to need to chop down trees and dig holes to build in the trees. That is the least elf-like activity ever. If you're just going to gatekeep the existence of using trees as part of crafting because apparently I'm an elf, that, my friend, is the least dwarfy thing you could do. The most dwarfy thing that you could do is conquer the trees and use them as tools of warfare against, I don't know, whatever a fucking dinosaur is. That's how I see it. I mean, so YouTube chat says, war? I was thinking Dwarven Jurassic Park. I'll have you know. What is Jurassic Park? What happens like if you're reading the book, what happens like a third of the way into the book? If you're watching the movie, what happens like 20 minutes in? Definitely not pleasant, friendly, happy time zoo. Definitely not. Alrighty, YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. If you guys want to come along with us for a raid, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow, bright and burly, to go check out some dinos. Laters, YouTubes. Alrighty, Twitch chat. I'm gonna go grab